Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Whatever Cast. I'm Nathan,
Matthew.
and today we're going to be doing a fun little topic. We're talking about the 2016 presidential debates because it's 2020 and we're not allowed to have presidential debates now. Anyways, so we've got ourselves a little video here, and by little I mean an hour and a half long, so we're going to have a good time getting through this.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, we've got NBC News, so let's just jump right into it. You should be at 1 second, right?
Yeah.
Wonderful.
From NBC News. Decision 2016, the first presidential debate. Live from Hofstra University in Hempstead, New York.
So, I would like to point out that the primary point of this isn't actually to, like, break down what they're saying, like their actual policies. It's just, like, similar to how we did with the Ben Shapiro one. It's
Yeah, just how they
debating
debate.
styles.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if they're actually saying anything, which I suspect they won't be most of the time.
Yeah, and I think to make it a little bit more interesting, we can talk about some of their stuff.
Well,
that
yeah,
they're
we
talking about,
can.
of course,
It's just
but
that's not
not the goal.
primary reason.
Yeah.
Make sure that you turn up your personal volume on Watch Together, because that tends to be quiet.
Oh yeah, I did on the last video.
Okay.
Yeah.
To have you with us, Chuck, after all the hype, all the prep, all the pre-debate gamesmanship from both campaigns.
I don't know who either of these people are.
Just minutes
neither.
away now from the
NBC.
start of this first and all-important presidential debate on the stage behind us. We've already seen the candidates tonight. Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump each arriving here a bit earlier this evening. They're waiting backstage. And Chuck, we've had a moment tonight.
Yeah.
President Bill Clinton is in the house and met Mrs. Melania Trump, and they just shared that handshake. We've got the whole families assembled here.
We do, and I think one
Uh-oh, they're spreading the corona.
personalities
Oh,
that they
no.
are, and we know this is going to be a clash of big personalities. This is also a clash of two competing visions of America. Hillary Clinton embracing the many cultural changes, the diversity, the acceleration of globalization that's happening. Donald Trump embracing a vision that says, whoa, let's slow down, let's slow things down, let's look inward a little bit. Let's not let that get lost tonight.
Let's bring in our colleague Tom Brokaw, obviously somebody who's watched a lot of debates, but doesn't this feel like there's something special about this one? If
Should you just
nothing
call
else,
him
because
old?
They think maybe
This fucking boomer to my left.
Yeah. Man, you've watched so many debates.
Tell us, how was Julius when he got stabbed? Was that cool?
Oh no.
100 million people could be watching.
I've never seen one quite like this, in part because of that 100 million people, a lot of them are still trying to make up their minds. This is going to be an important debate. You add to the television viewership, we've got social media going on, the tweeting that is going on, the texting that is going on, the streaming that is going on. This is the biggest electronic event in American history, to say nothing of American presidential
The
politics.
stakes are so high with the polls
I don't know, do you remember the Lego movie coming out?
Yeah.
That was a pretty big electronic event.
tight as
Right.
we've seen just as recently as today. Let's go to Andrea Mitchell. Excuse me, Hallie Jackson is in the spin room for us. Hallie, good evening.
Hi, Savannah. And here, media and surrogates are ready for what happens after the debate. But before then,
I kind of want to,
this test. Can he
I kind of just want to skip to the debate, really.
Here we have the multi-billionaire, the former First Lady, Secretary of State, and U.S. Senator about to debate. We'll let Lester Holt take it away.
All right, Lester.
Good evening.
Oh, forehead.
City in Hempstead, New York. I'm Lester Holt, anchor of NBC Nightly News. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. The participants tonight are Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. This debate is sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates, a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization. The commission drafted tonight's format, and the rules have been agreed to by the campaigns. The 90-minute debate is divided into 6 segments, each 50 minutes long. We'll explore 3 topic areas tonight: achieving prosperity, America's direction, and securing America. At the start of each segment, I will ask the same lead-off question to both candidates, and they will each have up to 2 minutes to respond. From that point until the end of the segment, we'll have an open discussion. The questions are mine and have not been shared with the commission or the campaigns. The audience here in the room has agreed to.
Oh yeah, and there's definitely, so that 2-minute section that they have to speak, there's definitely not going to be any talking over each other or anything.
Right? Yeah, absolutely.
yeah, no, they're just going to have that free time to speak and not be interrupted.
And what the candidates are saying. I will invite you to applaud, however, at this moment as we welcome the candidates. Democratic nominee for President of the United States, Hillary Clinton, and Republican nominee for President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Oh, he stuttered. Kill him.
Oh no. Okay, hold on just 1 second. Gotta pause this for a second. I can't see Donald Trump anymore without seeing the memes. Like, his face and the way he talks and that stuff is just now. It's a meme. Oh boy, it's too funny. Okay, anyway, sorry.
Oh, there it goes.
Good luck to you. Trump, good luck to you.
This was pre-Karen meme, right?
Yes, it was.
Boy,
Sadly.
Clinton,
Oh wow.
Hillary Clinton, she's got the Karen cut for sure.
She sure does. And look, Donald Trump looks so pompous is the best word I can think of.
They both do.
Yeah.
That's
Well, her, she just looks like an old Karen. But him, he's like, I'm gonna win. It's me. I'm gonna win.
he's doing the "It's my turn to play Xbox"
Yeah.
dance right now.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Yeah.
obviously, great commentary here.
No,
Very-
yeah. Professional.
Don't expect us to cover all the issues of this campaign tonight, but I remind everyone there are 2 more presidential debates scheduled. We are going to focus on many of the issues that voters tell us are most important, and we're going to press for specifics. I am honored to have this role, but this evening belongs to the candidates and just as important to the American people. Candidates, we look forward to hearing you articulate your policies and your positions, as well as your visions and your values. So, let's begin.
He's definitely got a teleprompter, by the way.
Oh, absolutely. There's no way he could remember all of that.
Well, no, watch his eyes when he's talking.
Well, yeah, no, I'm just saying the reason that he has one.
He keeps bouncing back to the camera.
Yeah,
even
yeah.
though he's speaking directly to the candidates, he's absolutely got a teleprompter, which
Which is fine. Exactly. I was saying that. I wasn't saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just saying that it's fine because there's no way you can remember all of that. I couldn't.
He's
at
a
least.
newscaster. He's got a
Yeah.
teleprompter.
Yeah, but I'm sure he wrote it all. Because they sponsored
probably.
him to do it, so I'm pretty sure he wrote it.
Either he wrote it or his,
Or his boss
writing
did.
wrote it.
Yeah.
Which, because he's an anchor, he doesn't write his material most of the time. I wouldn't think.
Might not. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway.
Segment Achieving Prosperity, and central to that is jobs. There are 2 economic realities in America today. There's been a record 6 straight years of job growth, and new census numbers show incomes have increased at a record rate after years of stagnation. However, income inequality remains significant, and nearly half of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. Beginning with you, Secretary Clinton, why are you a better choice than your opponent to create the kinds of jobs that will put more money into the pockets of American workers?
Well, thank you, Lester, and thanks to Hofstra for...
Do you want to make our statements about this? How that should be achieved, or just listen to them, do you think?
Well, you can start off with saying what you think, and I'll say what I think, and then compare it
Okay.
to what they say.
So as far as, and this is something that I'm relatively unaware of policies on specifically.
Yeah.
But this is something that is almost, I would argue, trivial for a government to do, because we've seen it done in the past. We've had it done in ways that are easy for the government to do. If you look at the New Deal,
Yeah.
way back. So you have policies laid out for how to do this. The issue is coming across funding for it.
Exactly, yeah.
Which comes back to some comments that we've made in the past involving prison reform and your school reform and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Just rearranging how you spend money really is the best way to put it, vaguely at least.
Correct.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's pretty much what it is. Rearranging the money. But yeah, I kind of zoned out when he said the question. It was specifically just income help, Social Security.
It's talking
and that kind
about
of stuff,
helping
right?
income and creating jobs.
And creating jobs.
Companies
Okay,
benefit.
I thought so. Anyway, so yeah, I don't. The government doesn't really have the biggest role in that. Like creating jobs, sure,
Right.
but income help is not something. And businesses are the ones that do that. And if you're a government, you need to force businesses to be in a free market, basically, because that's the only way that they're gonna actually do real competition and make sure that they're getting, proper training, and that's how you get higher income. Because
Right.
companies want what's best for them, and in 80% of cases, what's best for the company is best for the rest of the employed world. So
Well, so if you think about jobs as a sort of a reverse version of trading a service for money.
correct.
So usually if you imagine like hiring a masseuse, for example, you give them money and they give you the massage or whatever. It's the other way around for like employers and employees. Employees are offering their service, which is whatever that job is doing, for some amount of money. So there's going to be some negotiation in there somewhere.
Yeah.
And that negotiation should be kept between those two parties. But when one party has the clear power in that negotiation, it is the business has the authority in that situation. In most instances, that's where the government has a tendency to have to step in. Like I said, back with like the New Deal.
Yeah, and well,
where businesses were just strong arming the the employment market with just horrible like pay rates.
yeah,
it's-
and well, one of the problems back then is that there weren't that many companies out there, and the government was
Right.
doing its best to pay the companies that were already there. Like, for example, I know this is going long, but
That's fine.
the oil company, what was that guy's name? The one that owned the oil monopoly.
Oh, was that Vanderbilt?
No, it was Flick.
Rockefeller.
Rockefeller, that's the one.
Rockefeller.
Rockefeller owned all of the oil. He had an oil monopoly, which in this specific case, he was actually, if you look at it, he was really good to his employees. But the problem
Did he pay them
comes,
well, is the question.
he paid them okay.
What
For the
and
time.
what did his prices look like?
Well, I mean, well, my
'Cause
point isn't
when you have-
necessarily about
that's
that.
the whole.
but
That's the whole point about having a monopoly is. So
well,
that
no,
you don't
exactly.
have
That's
to
what I was saying.
by lowering prices.
The point of the the reason the government needs to step in and stuff is because monopolies can cause problems because there's no competition to treat the employees better. In this specific case with Rockefeller, if you look at it, he did treat his employees okay compared to what at that time period, what other companies were doing. But point was, the government does need to step in, make regulations and like laws to say, hey, treat people to a bar fairly. But they don't need to
But
step
you
in
can only
and
do
give
that to
money
a certain
to bad
extent.
companies or like screw up the free market. Yeah, exactly. It's only to a certain extent, and if you constrict too much, it takes away the free market aspect, which will drive up prices, drive up employer bad relations, that kind of stuff. So anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Yeah. So, long and short, the government doesn't have a whole lot of like
Control.
influence on actual pay. Maybe creating jobs just a little bit because the
Yeah.
government has some money to throw around sometimes, so they'll.
And see, the one thing is that it's not that they can't spend a bunch of money and fix a bunch of problems. It's that it would be a waste of money because you can fix those problems for free if you do it right. At least I think
I'm
that's an
sure
important
we'll
thing.
Come back. Do you have an example of that? Because I don't follow.
Well, I mean, like I was saying, you make those laws and regulations, but you don't constrict it too much because the free market will take care of that stuff for you. And that's
Right.
where it comes for free, essentially, if you do it right.
In special cases.
Yeah, in certain cases, the government does have to step in and fix some problems. But in most cases, instead of spending $1 billion giving out $1,000 to every citizen just because they're poor, they could let the free market hire those people.
And that just, to be clear, that just causes inflation.
Yes, exactly. And they try to fix the problems, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't, but they could definitely fix those problems essentially for free. Like, they sort themselves out if you do the regulations correctly.
Right.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Anyway.
hosting us. The central question in this election is really what kind of country we want to be and what kind of future we'll build together.
Hold on just one second.
Today is my...
Excuse me.
Yeah,
lady.
I was like, tangent.
Hold on. Answer the question. Don't say, oh,
You
no,
have
the real
two-
question
You
is...
have 120 seconds.
to
You
talk...
do not need this flowery bullshit.
Yeah. Now, you might think you need it, but you sure don't, because we just had a 2-minute conversation about the actual question, and you go on and say, oh, no, the actual question is... Screw off,
Longer
lady.
than 2 minutes. We've already been recording for 17 minutes, and we're 6 minutes into the video.
Yeah, so... Anyway, let's see what else she pulls onto this bull.
Is my
Nothing, I'm willing to bet.
So I
Yeah.
think about this a lot.
You have 2 minutes.
Wait, hold on. She doesn't even, like, say, oh, this is the real question, but I'm going to answer the question. She says, oh, no, this is the real question, and I think about this real question a lot. Think about the question he asked you a
Also,
lot.
my daughter's birthday is today.
Yeah,
Or
probably.
my granddaughter's birthday, or whatever she said. I didn't hear exactly who it was, but
Fine.
birthday.
Anyway.
Works for everyone, not just those at the top. That means we need new jobs, good jobs, with rising
Really?
incomes. I want us to invest in you. I want us to invest in your future. That means jobs in infrastructure, in advanced manufacturing.
Okay, how?
Yeah, how are you going to create those jobs, and why are those jobs important? That's what you got to answer, not, hey, we
That's
plan to
not-
do this.
This is what we want to do. We want to create good jobs.
Yeah, if I
In
personally,
these
like,
fields.
since we're
in
talking
these
about...
fields that the government, well, I guess in infrastructure technically, but if you look like advanced manufacturing, that's just military. That's all you have for advanced manufacturing for the government, and most of the time
For the
that's just
government,
private contractors that do that.
Yeah. Well, anyway, since we're talking about the debate style, if I was the newscaster, the person that's hosting this, that guy, I would cut her off and say, that's not the
You have
question
2
I
minutes.
asked. Yeah, I would have cut her off and said, that's not the question I asked, and if you don't get back to the question, we're going to go to the next person. So, yeah. Anyway.
Well, you know, they only have 2 minutes, and they're just there to talk, I think. So.
In
Yeah.
innovation and technology, clean renewable energy, and small business, because most of the new jobs will come from small business.
Not true. Well, no. So here's the thing. Invest in small businesses. That's a good thing, but that's not why.
Well,
That's not
even...
that's not the reason to invest in small businesses. Is that it creates
Yeah,
jobs.
there's for sure
Because
a
if you want to
reason
create jobs, you say to big businesses, "Hey, I need you to open some locations over here. Here's some tax."
Yeah, because they have the money to spend,
breaks.
and they can actually make those jobs. Now, it's not
Right.
necessarily a
They can
bad
make
thing
them
to
all.
invest.
If you want to make, well, no. Here's the thing: small business promotes free economy locally. Is the thing.
It
So
can,
like
yeah.
you won't only get stuck going to Walmart if you have mom and pop shops around. You know.
Yeah, and well, but the thing is, for the government at least, from the government's aspect, what they should be doing, they should not be investing in small businesses. Small businesses are there. Yes, they create some jobs. Yes, they are good for the economy, but they are not a good thing for a big, fat government spending money on these small, unvetted businesses. Like PayPal.
Well, no, it's
No. For example,
PayPal is huge. What are you talking
no.
about?
Let me finish the sentence. Okay, come on.
Please.
Anyway. Sorry. No, like PayPal, it started out as a very small company, right? And eventually customers started using it. They realized, hey, this is trustworthy. Hey, I want to use it. And then it became a big company. And that's when you push the big company, now PayPal, a big company, and say, hey, create more jobs. But for example, if PayPal had not gone the route of trustworthy, then the government investing in small businesses like PayPal, and PayPal ended up growing up and not being a trustworthy company, if that makes sense, then they would have just invested a bunch of money into a bad company, which is why you wait until they can become big enough to be trustworthy or to know what they're doing with their company.
I don't think the government actually pumps money into small businesses. That's
That's what
different.
she's saying that they think they should do.
Or
though.
they don't. I don't think they pump money directly into businesses. I think they have they influence with
Well,
tax deduction. that kind
Yeah,
of thing.
well, yeah. I mean, that essentially is the same thing, though.
Yeah.
But I mean, you know
So
what I mean,
essentially,
though.
what you would do is like lower the price of an LLC and do that kind of
Yeah,
thing.
you help out the business, but
Mhm.
you know what I mean, though.
Yeah,
helping at the
but
business.
if you're let's go back to the original argument. If you're trying to create jobs, small businesses are not the way to do it.
No,
If
they're
that's your goal.
Now, it's a good idea to keep out on small businesses that are starting to look upward and invest in them. That's a good idea, because then they'll become big companies that create good jobs. But if you just invest, if you invest your time and your money into just across the board all small businesses, because this is a big government, they're not going to look at every single individual small business and see which ones they
Well,
think they're
no,
going to
no, no. That's not what they're saying they're
No,
going
that's
to
what
do.
I'm saying, that they're not going to do that. So if they were going to, go across every single small business and look at which ones are actually trustworthy or actually going to create jobs, then that's completely fine. But they would spend more money on it than they would the
Yeah,
military.
that's super inefficient.
Yeah. So what they're going to do is, this is what she's proposing, is to just across the board, general, help out all small businesses. That's not a good idea.
Well, no. It's an idea. It's
an
just,
idea. I don't think it's a good one.
Well, no. I think so. I think you're taking the help out small business thing too directly. What she's probably proposing, and I think we'll probably hear more about this later,
Probably.
is because the government can't actually just funnel money into businesses, like I said earlier.
Not direct
So
money,
it's going
but
to be
help,
it's
yeah.
going to be other like motivation for small businesses to start existing. And I don't know exactly what that is, but it's more of like being more attractive to the common man to start a business, rather than actually like funding people to start small businesses.
I mean, well, I definitely know it's not like direct funding.
So,
But-
yeah. So, and that's where that term investment comes. I just don't want to be misleading with our terms
yeah,
here.
no, I got
So,
you.
But in reference to creating jobs, it would be much more efficient to just
Correct.
create some motivation for larger businesses to
do
open up
better.
more jobs,
Yeah.
to have more jobs, to
Yeah, they
have
have
more
the-
like lower level, entry level jobs available.
Yeah, because they have the expendable money.
Or if you look at, well, yeah, it's because they can affect things on a much larger scale.
Yeah. And see, one of the things that I was meaning when I was saying that is like when
Yeah.
you're helping out small business, and I know it's not direct money, but if they're cutting them tax breaks, then that's money that doesn't go to the government because you're cutting the
Right.
tax break, which is essentially the exact same thing as physically giving them that money. So that's why
Fair.
I'm equating.
And then
it
you lean
similarly.
on your larger businesses to
Yeah.
supply that.
And
that cut.
but the problem comes in whenever you're doing that for small businesses, you're just wasting that money, because those small businesses, you're just giving out a bunch of money to them, not literally, but indirectly giving them a bunch of money. And when you could do the exact same thing to big businesses that already have that expendable money, like put pressure on the big businesses. And so the business will spend the money instead of the government spending the money, which is one of the things I was
Right.
saying earlier. You can do that stuff for free.
Yeah, okay. And then in that case, big businesses will start to manipulate it, and you'll have to change your policies again, but
Yeah,
that's how
right.
it goes.
Yep. But that's what the government's job is, to manipulate the
point is,
policies, not spend money.
If you're debating about creating jobs,
Yeah, you should talk about creating jobs, not switch it over.
not like investing in small businesses. That's not how you make jobs.
Yeah.
But moving on.
Anyway.
We also have to make the economy fairer. That starts with raising the national minimum wage and also
Bad idea causes inflation going on.
Yeah.
finally equal pay for women's work.
Oh
I
my
also want
gosh.
to
Already exists. It's literally illegal to not pay people the same based on anything but job performance. Moving on.
Yep.
if you help create the profits, you should be able to share in them, not just the executives at the top.
Profit sharing specifically? I don't quite understand that. I might have to
Okay,
bump the back
so-
a little bit.
Well, what she's saying is, and I don't know how a company would even do this, but what she's saying is, like, for example, McDonald's, because that's where I work.
Yeah.
The executives at the top, I know what she's saying. The executives at the top, the people that actually make the decisions that make the business run, that are looking at the data and handle everything, the people that get paid $100,000 a year instead of $2,000 a year. They should be spending the profits of the company not on the big executives, but also on the lower down people by, I would assume what she begins is by giving them free insurance, eye care, health care, that kind of stuff.
My first
basically, the
interpretation
tiny
was
little
way
people
more complicated than that.
Oh, wow. Basically, what she's saying... Basically, what she's saying is make sure that the tiny little people at the bottom that are doing minimum wage jobs also get paid the same as an executive at the top that's handling an entire multi-billion company.
Ooh. Okay, so my interpretation was that instead of getting paid an hourly wage, you got paid a percentage based on the profits of the company.
Oh. I mean, that might be another way that businesses would do that.
You see how much more complicated that would be.
Yeah, and she's not very specific in the way that she plans on
we interpret it like 3 different ways.
Yeah, and literally, she could be talking about any of the ones that we just said. She could be talking about the stupid one you just said. But, yeah, I don't know. Anyway.
And then every time someone gets hired on the company, you have to adjust the percentages across the board.
Yeah, so you have 5 million employees, everyone gets paid $1.
Well, no, it would be different than that. It's just you would have to split it more evenly.
Joke.
Also, yeah, her policies in general, from that list, seem not very well thought out,
Definitely
or at least maybe thought out in the wrong direction.
You can tell, and look,
Why
I
would
already
you
have
raise the minimum wage.
Right.
At that point,
you can actually tell right now, even though I am biased because I already know how Trump and his policies are, so technically what I'm saying is biased. But you can tell that she is trying to say the things that she thinks the audience want to hear without offering any actual solutions to stuff. And I already know that Trump actually has real economic sound policies because he's a businessman and knows what he's doing.
Well, here's the thing. I don't know if I haven't actually seen this debate, so I don't know. But I'm willing to bet that Trump is probably going to do the same thing as Hillary, where he's going to say, is what the outcome of my presidency is going to be, without saying what policies and how they're executed are going to achieve those outcomes.
Yeah, and well, again, I'm coming from a slightly biased standpoint. I haven't seen this video, just for the viewers, because they didn't hear this. I haven't seen this one, but I saw the third presidential debate. And now, to the extent of Ben Shapiro, when we were watching those debates, Ben Shapiro explains his logic and his reasoning almost to the full extent. Trump is nowhere near.
He can be wrong, which is fine, but at least we know he's wrong.
But at least we know his reasoning behind his stuff. Trump.
They don't tell you enough to let you know if you're allowed to think that they're wrong or not.
Right.
Most of the time.
Yeah, Trump is significantly less than Ben Shapiro on this, but Trump does explain himself at least more than Hillary does.
Well, let's get to that.
Fairly certain, yeah. So anyway, yeah, we'll get to it, but...
So she wasted her 2 minutes. Let's go on.
More to support people who are struggling to balance family and work. I've heard from so many of you about the difficult choices you face and the stresses that you're under. So let's have paid family leave, earned sick days. Let's be sure we have affordable childcare and debt-free college. How are we going to do it? We're going to do it by having the wealthy pay their fair share and close the corporate loopholes.
Okay, hold on.
Finally,
Can you... It's the same issue. She's saying outcomes and then not explaining how. She said, and here's how, and then didn't explain how.
Well, I just have one small issue. She said, let's make sure the wealthy pay their fair share. The wealthy pay 80% minimum of all taxes. How are they not paying their fair share?
Is that... I'm going to need a citation on that. I haven't seen that stat.
Here, I'm going to look it up right now because this is just going to be a Google search, but how much of taxes do the wealthy pay? That was too slow typing. 70%. The most 70%. Recent, and this is from heritage.org.
I'm going to put it in the description.
Okay, yeah, let me copy it and give it to you, and it's on the screen on my video.
Okay, thank you.
If I get back to it. Okay. Yes, it says, this is just the top Google research. I'm not doing super research, but it's heritage.org, which I don't know them. But the most recent IRS data... Yeah. The most recent IRS data from 2016 shows that the top 10% of income earners pay almost 70% of federal income taxes.
Yep.
Yeah. So they pay their
Also,
fair
she
share.
said, moving on, she said close corporate loopholes without giving any examples or explaining how or why.
Yeah.
Well, she explained why. She didn't explain how.
Yeah.
She said we wanted affordable childcare and debt-free college,
Which is impossible.
She didn't
Debt-free
explain. I'm sorry.
college? Are you kidding me?
Let me talk about that for a second. So she said we're gonna get affordable. Okay. So her list was paid maternity leave,
Family
earned sick
leave,
leave.
not maternity leave.
Oh, family leave.
Yeah.
Sorry, family leave. Vacation, essentially.
Yeah.
Debt-free college, affordable childcare, and we're gonna do that by having the wealthy pay more taxes.
Which is such a good
idea.
idea.
Closing corporate loopholes. That one confuses me a little bit. Like what?
Well,
it's
she's
so
talking
vague.
about.
It's so vague that I
Oh,
can't.
yeah.
I can't decide whether or not that would actually solve the problems that she's trying to solve right now.
Well, it might solve. Look, I know this is supposed to be about debate styles, but I got to put.
No,
in
go
my two
ahead.
cents about this. Anyway, I just whacked my microphone.
We're here to talk about this debate.
Yeah.
Either
Okay.
way.
So what she's saying, like you just said, she's trying to say, let's close corporate loopholes and make the wealthy pay more taxes. And let's just say, I mean, the corporate loopholes one is fair because they're loophole. Well, actually, they're loopholes, so they're really doing it legally. But let's just say you're trying to make it more fair for the whole country, okay?
Mhm.
And let's just say,
Which isn't what she was saying exactly, but go ahead.
Yeah, it's not. But let's just say, for example, you're a president, and you're trying to make it more fair for the whole country, and by doing so, you would make the wealthy pay more taxes, and you would close corporate loopholes. What happens when you actually do that, considering how much they already pay to taxes and how much businesses do for our economy and how essential they are, businesses are going to start leaving the U.S. They're going to start screwing us over. They're going to stop being beneficial to us because you're being...
Well, the whole country's going to get Detroit syndrome.
Yeah. And if you force people that are already pulling more than their weight to do even more, then it's going to be negative effects. It's going to be bad. Because, I mean, you can see this with, again, I work with McDonald's and I'm a manager. If I tell the person that's already, like, I'm usually the person doing 6 jobs, but if I tell someone else that's already doing 6 people's jobs to go do another 7th job instead of the one person that's sitting there doing 2 jobs or no jobs, then the person that's doing 6 jobs already is going to quit. They're going to go.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to walk out the door. They're not going to be happy with their job. They're not going to work as much in the future. It's just detrimental to try to force someone that's already doing their fair share more than their fair share.
It's economics 101. A business's main desire is to earn money and do so in the most efficient way possible. So that also has to do with that's kind of twofold in balance. You have to talk about like production cost and operation cost, and like how the public eye sees you. So you have to talk about public relations and marketing and that kind of thing. So when staying in the U.S. versus going out versus outsourcing to a different country, when the cost of staying in the U.S. outweighs the cost that it would take as far as like moving everything from the public eye, then you're going to move out of the U.S.
Yeah,
It's
and
simple.
actually, this ties in very well. I don't know if Trump is going to say that in this debate, but I know he did in the 3rd debate. He actually specifically says, like, one of his policies is to make sure that it's more expensive to go outside of the U.S., which is literally what you were just saying is better for the economy.
Right, that was
without knowing
his
that's
entire
something that he was
platform.
going to say.
I remember that.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, that's literally what it is. As long as you incentivize people to stay inside the U.S., and making it more expensive for them is not going to incentivize them to do that. You can create a lot more jobs that way. For free. Literally for free. So.
Actually, you could even quote unquote earn more because that's technically is just
higher
GDP.
GDP. Yeah.
Right.
And
By making it more valuable for companies to move back to the U.S. than to stay outsourced.
Yeah. Anyway, that's pretty much
Moving on.
all we needed to talk about.
Finally, we tonight are on the stage together, Donald Trump and I.
Really?
Donald?
Yes, in my 2 minutes, I'd like to mention that we are standing on a stage at the same time, in the same room. My opponent and I are here for 2 minutes. Here we go.
We're going to have a debate where we are talking about the important
debate
issues
already.
facing our country. You have to
We're going to talk about the important issues while we're supposed to be talking about the important issues.
Right? Yeah.
Or no,
Instead of
I'm going
talking
to say that we're doing that.
Instead of talking about the important issues, let's
Well-
talk about talking about the important issues.
This also has to do with how this debate is organized poorly, because they didn't actually give them time to do opening statements. They just said,
That's
"Okay,
fair.
here's your first question. Go do it."
That's
And
fair,
then-
but honestly, do you need opening statements? Like,
I mean, apparently
apparently,
Hillary
yeah.
does.
And I wouldn't say this is a flaw with the debate. I'd say it's a flaw with the debaters because,
Right.
honestly, you don't need opening statements. If you wanted opening statements, they said in the beginning that this is pre-agreed upon rules. They should have brought that up.
Right.
And second
But if
off,
you're going to make opening statements instead of answering the question, then you should probably just have an opening statement section.
yeah, that
But
and then
that's
also
hindsight.
yeah, and also they know that they don't have that section. So why are you wasting the time doing it when you don't have time for that section? That's your own fault, not the debaters. I mean, the debaters could have made it a little bit better by adding in that pre-section, but that's not technically, or sorry, the debate organizers.
Yes.
But anyway, I wouldn't consider that to be their fault.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair.
to judge us. Who can shoulder the immense, awesome responsibilities of the presidency? Who can put into action the plans that will make your life better?
I would like to hear what those plans are.
I hope
Yeah.
that I will be able to earn your vote on November 8th.
Secretary Clinton, thank you. Mr.
That's
Trump,
it?
the same question to you
That's it.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Moving on.
about putting more money into the pockets of American workers. You have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you, Lester. Our jobs are fleeing the country. They're going to Mexico. They're going to many other countries. You look at what China is doing to our country in terms of making our product.
Okay, I really don't like how Trump speaks, because
You don't?
let's review the sentence that he just said. Our jobs are fleeing our countries. They're going to Mexico. They're going to many other countries. You see what China is doing to our country. That sentence structure is god awful. So you could easily
Oh,
say
yeah.
they're going to other countries. They're going to China, Mexico, many others, and it'd be way more concise. But Trump likes to ramble, and so it gives him time to think.
Well, I
but-
wouldn't say he does that on purpose. Like, because
No,
some people are just
probably
bad
not.
at talking.
Well, no, well, he's running for president. Your job is public speaking at that point.
Sure, but I mean, again, I don't think. Look, I'm just gonna say right now because I think we're on the same page with this anyway. Neither of these candidates are great. Like,
No,
They're both
I disagree
stupid.
with both of them on most cases.
yeah,
It's just the
I
fact that-
completely agree with Trump's economic policy because he knows what he knows what he's doing, and he's good for the economy. I don't necessarily agree with everything else. I think that he himself is
What do
a
you mean?
smart
You don't,
person.
you don't grab people by the pussy. Is
No,
what
of
you're
course
saying.
not. Yeah, why would I ever? Anyway, but he's not the best person to be up here expressing. He's not a speechwriter. That's
No.
That's it.
He has a
And
team.
none of them are. Yeah, exactly. They have teams. Now, me personally, I'm really good at that kind of stuff. Like, I'm good at dictating my words if I had a thought out plan to
Right.
say it. But I can tell that he's very bad at it. Now, if you have that capability to listen to the words that he's saying and filter it out and understand the theme of what he's saying, then he makes a lot of sense. Right? He makes
Oh,
it.
you weren't there for film reviewer Nazi. Dang it! I forgot
no.
you're not in that. We may have to play that game when we do our Bob Chipman episode.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Okay.
Anyway, but yeah, if you pay attention to his thematic elements, he has them, whereas Hillary Clinton doesn't even have them. So
Hillary
he's not
Clinton
the
is
best at
just saying
speaking.
stuff.
Yeah, she's just saying stuff that she thinks is going to get her a vote, whereas Trump might have some stupid words that he says, but if you actually pay attention and understand his thematic elements, then
Well, here's the thing. I'm willing to
It
bet
makes
that
sense.
Trump's going to do the exact same thing that Hillary just did, where he's going to say,
well, he's
"We
already
wanna-
starting off better.
We want to pull countries out of, or we want to pull our businesses out of other countries and bring them back to the U.S." Okay, how? Moving on. That's gonna be
Yeah.
the exact going to be the same structure. He's not going to tell us anything about like what he intends to do. He's going to tell us about like what the outcome of what he's doing is going to be, which is my biggest issue with a lot of political platforms.
Yeah. Anyway.
Moving on.
They're devaluing their currency, and there's nobody in our government to fight them. And we have a very good fight, and we have a winning fight, because they're using our country as a piggy.
Yeah, like that. He's saying so much stuff that he doesn't have to, and he only has 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Bank to rebuild China, and many other countries are doing the same thing. So we're losing our good jobs, so many of them. When you look at what's happening in Mexico, a friend of mine who builds plants said it's the 8th wonder of the world. They're building some of the biggest plants anywhere in the world, some of the most sophisticated, some of the best plants. With the United States, as he said, not so much. So Ford is leaving. You see that, their small car division leaving. Thousands of jobs, leaving Michigan, leaving Ohio. They're all leaving, and we can't allow it to happen anymore. As far as child care is concerned and so many other things, I think Hillary and I agree on that. We probably disagree a little bit as to numbers and amounts and what we're going to do, but perhaps we'll be talking about that later. But we have to stop our...
If only, perhaps. Oh, I'm an idiot. I pressed pause and I didn't hit pause.
all of their people. All you have to do is take a look at Carrier air conditioning.
I think we missed.
Because they're using our country as a piggy bank to rebuild
There it is.
China and many other...
Yeah, if only we could talk about numbers, but no.
Yeah.
It's a massive political debate, so we're not going to talk about numbers at all.
Right? Yeah.
The countries are doing the same thing. So we're losing our good jobs, so many of them. When you look at what's happening in Mexico, a friend of mine who builds plants said it's the 8th wonder of the world. They're building some of the biggest plants anywhere in the world, some of the most sophisticated.
Yeah, that's a real big plum tree. It's a big plant.
As he said, not so much. So Ford is leaving. You see that, their small car division leaving. Thousands of jobs, leaving Michigan, leaving Ohio. They're all leaving, and we can't allow it to happen anymore. As far as child care is concerned and so many other things, I think Hillary and I agree on that. We probably disagree a little bit as to numbers and amounts and what we're going to do, but perhaps we'll be talking about that later. But
I would love to.
We have to stop our jobs from being stolen from us. We have to stop
I got
our companies.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now this is kind of different than what he's saying. But since we're talking about it, I think that one of the things that most of these presidential candidates don't realize is that actually fixing and helping our economy and that kind of stuff brings in more money to the government, which is very important because then at that point you can start using money to help fund help for childcare, or if you really wanted to, debt-free college, even though I think that's a waste of the money. But if you stimulate the economy and big businesses and start getting our GDP up, then we actually have money to spend. But what most people want to do is be like, let's just spend all this money to try and fix the world and hope we get the money somehow. But you have to start somewhere. And the place that you start is by getting the money by helping out your economy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was it.
All right.
The United States, and with it, firing all of their people. All you have to do is take a look at Carrier air conditioning in Indianapolis. They fired 1,400 people. They're going to Mexico. So many, hundreds and hundreds of companies are doing this. We cannot let it happen. Under my plan, I'll be reducing taxes tremendously, from 35% to 15% for companies, small and big businesses. That's going to be a job creator like we haven't.
Okay.
Yeah, at least he says what he plans on doing. Now, he might get to
What
it.
did he actually do?
Oh, yeah, that's true. Because, to be fair, the Senate's run by the Democrats, and they keep blocking every single thing that he keeps trying to do. So he might have actually
tried
tried
that very
to
much,
do that.
so I'll probably do a little bit of research and actually pop up a citation in the description for this.
I followed it a little bit, so I know that the Democrats hold the Senate, or I'm pretty sure it's the Senate, and the Senates are the people that have to approve it, and the Democrats are just all of them are idiots. Ben Shapiro said this perfectly. That I don't remember the exact quote, but he was like, "I think they're all run like by idiots, or incompetence. That's what it was. It's all incompetence.
Well,
but
it's
the
all my
Democrats-
team or your team instead of what's right.
Exactly. And what the Democrats are doing up in the Senate is they keep, oh, it's Trump, I'm going to block it. If it's actually useful, let it go through.
Okay, but here's the question: if it's the other way around, does that still
Oh,
happen?
of course, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's, I mean, again, they're all incompetent is the problem. And, but anyway, my main thing was that maybe Trump did try it. He might have tried to have that happen, but I highly doubt the Senate let it pass through.
It'd be worth research.
And then, what was I going to say? He might get to it in a minute, but he's not explaining how that's going to help. He does do a good foundation compared to Clinton by stating off what his goals are, what the things are he plans to fix, and now he's starting to say how, like.
Can we get a direct comparison to that? So he said he was going to cut taxes from. Well, yeah, he listed percentages.
Yeah, he listed percentages of what tax breaks he did. Now his next step, and we'll see if he does it, is to say why cutting down those taxes are going to.
Well, yeah, he's already started that because it's just going to create a bunch of jobs because companies will have a bunch of money to spend.
No. All he said was it's going to create a bunch of jobs. That's all he said. He didn't say anything about why that would create new jobs, and that's what he needs to do next. Mm-hmm. So we'll see if he does, but I don't think he will.
Mm-hmm. Versus like what Hillary said she would do, which was
No, she didn't say she would do anything.
She said she would accomplish stuff. I just forget.
But
what
she
the
didn't say
exact
how
was.
she was going to do it.
Right.
Yeah.
She said she was going to encourage small businesses. I think was her quote, to create jobs.
Yep.
Versus Trump, who's an economic man and knows that if you're gonna. Well, this is a much smarter policy in general because then you get the benefit of like competition with small businesses, and then you also get the the job market increasing from larger businesses.
Yep.
I keep doing that. Why is the play button so close to the thing?
All you have to do is click in the middle of the screen and it plays. It's just like YouTube.
Yeah. Okay. I'm trying to find where we were.
I don't know. It was at 9 something is all I remember.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure.
This is dumb.
I think that's it. You're close to it.
I'll be reducing taxes
There it is.
from 35% to 15% for companies, small and big businesses. That's going to be a job creator like we haven't seen since Ronald Reagan. It's going to be a beautiful thing to watch. Companies will come, they will build, they will expand, new companies will start, and I look very, very much forward to doing it. We have to renegotiate our trade deals.
Yeah.
We have to stop these countries from stealing our companies and our jobs.
Secretary Clinton, would you like to respond?
Well, I think that trade is an important issue. Of course, we are 5% of the world's population. We have to trade with the other 95%. And we need to have smart, fair trade deals.
Wow, what a verbal stab.
To have a tax system that rewards work and not just financial transactions. And the kind of plan that Donald has put forth would be trickle-down economics all over again. In fact, it would be...
I'm just trying to pause it. Here we go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Essentially. Well, I'd like to and I don't know if I'd be able to find it anywhere, but I'd like to hear her reasoning for like what situations would be a transaction without any work.
Exactly. Yeah. If you, I'm sure that, I mean, I know we're on the same page, and I hope our viewers are understanding what we're saying, but I'm still going to explain it just in case.
Yeah, go ahead.
She's saying that we don't need to look at the financials. We don't just need to look at trades happening in the world. We need to actually incentivize people to work. But what incentivizes people to work is money. That is literally why people work.
That is the incentive.
That is the only reason that people work. Like for 90% of the population.
Like charities.
Yeah. For 90% of the population, it's money. And even charities are money based.
To be clear, there are no taxes taken out from charities.
Yeah.
100% tax break on charities.
Yeah.
Charity organizations. So, there's no room for her to justify that claim if that's what she's talking about.
Yeah, and
even
it's already if
done. Same thing with the equal pay for women. It's already done.
Yeah, And even if she's right in some extent to say that we need to incentivize people as opposed to, I don't even know how to make her right, but
I'm pretty sure she's saying that she's against the idea of passive income.
yeah. Well, but sorry, I was trying to say even if she for some reason is right in the way that she needs to do stuff, but like the way that you look to see what work is, the only statistic that you can look at is transaction count and trades and that kind of stuff. Like that's where you go to look to see what amount of work is being done. There is literally nowhere else. So even if that's not necessarily the best place to look, it's the only place to look.
And then the only way you could do that is force businesses to report to the government
No, that's going to cost a lot of money.
their logged hours, and that's going to cost that's going to cost money in software development. That's going to cost money in
Manpower.
manpower, which creates some jobs.
Yeah,
but that
sure,
kind of
but
thing,
that's wasteful jobs. I mean,
well, no, it's not wasteful jobs. It's just also not entry level jobs.
Well, it's not.
It's data entry.
It's not wasteful entirely, but it is wasteful because they don't have to do that. Like, it's an unnecessary expenditure.
Right.
So
like,
it's
but
wasteful.
the blanket statement of this creates jobs is the only good thing about doing something like that.
Yeah, it does create
So
jobs.
I just don't. That's
but-
another situation of Hillary saying something that's vague enough to sound okay until you actually think about what she said.
Yeah, and also just one little tiny point to piggyback off of that. You said that it's a good thing that it creates jobs. I would disagree with that actually, because yes, it creates. Let's just say, for example, this is random numbers here, but by doing all of that extra work, creates 8 new jobs. But you're spending, let's say, $300,000 on all 8 of those jobs. That's money that could have been spent making 500 other jobs. So you're really losing $400,000.
I need you to explain why that. Okay, so in order for the government to create new jobs, they have to spend money somewhere, and you're arguing that this just wouldn't be an efficient creation of jobs.
Correct.
I'm not arguing efficient or inefficient. I'm saying jobs are created, period, and that's the only good part of that plan.
Yeah, I get you, but also technically
I'm not saying it's a good thing that those are the specific jobs that are created. I am saying jobs are created. That is it.
No.
Ignoring the efficiency.
No, I get what you're saying, but also I think you misunderstand part of what I'm saying. Like, by creating those 8 jobs, you're netting out negative 1,000 other jobs. So technically you're physically losing those jobs, because you could be spending that money on making significantly more jobs. Does that make sense?
Because it's an inefficient way to create jobs, is what you're arguing.
Not entirely. I mean, yes, but also my point is that it's actually losing jobs.
I don't know. Tell me I'm right in the comments. Let's move on. I'm done with this.
Anyway, yeah, that was it. That was pretty
stalemate at this point, I think.
Yeah, I guess so.
Again, in fact, it would be the most extreme version, the biggest tax cuts for the top percent of the people in this country than we've ever had. I call it trumped up trickle down, because that's exactly what it would be.
Oh, I remember this clip.
Yeah,
she thought so hard about that term.
Tiny little fact, actually. Did you know that the Democrats are actually the ones that came up with trickle-down economics, and it is not the same thing as what Trump is trying to do?
Trump is talking about cuts all across the board, right?
Yeah, he's talking about not even a different form of trickle-down economics. Like, it's something entirely different, but everyone keeps equating it to the Democrat trickle-down economics. But anyway,
trickle-down is just like cutting taxes for the wealthy, right? And then
I'm
the
pretty
idea
sure
is that
trickle-down.
Money on.
Yeah, the idea is that if you allow businesses to get more money, then it'll eventually trickle down. The money itself will actually trickle down to the little.
But no, it just gets hoarded.
Yeah, it just gets hoarded. But Trump's version of it isn't trickle down. It's different. I don't know what it is, but it's just straight up.
He's taking, instead of like, if you imagine the economy sitting on a platform where, oh, that's a terrible way to put that. Okay, so instead of we'll put
The
it
money
this
in
way.
his
I won't
scenario
explain.
doesn't trickle down; it creates jobs.
So instead of what he's doing is instead of taking the wealthy and shifting them
Downward.
their requirements down, which then improves the quality for, or I guess theoretically improves
potentially.
living quality for the less wealthy.
Yeah.
He's just shifting the entire tax field all the way across down.
Yes, so that way it's more equal
And then Hillary's plan is to do the exact opposite of trickle down, which is to cut stuff for
to make them pay more.
small businesses
Yeah.
to make jobs, quote unquote. Which
Yeah.
no, that's not what would happen.
Anyway,
But
I just thought it was
moving on.
interesting that Democrats are the ones that came up with trickle down economics, and now they're trying to say that something that's not even that is a bad thing.
Well, I mean, you can. I'm okay. Another tangent. This video is gonna be so long.
Yeah, it is.
We're already at an hour and 6. So, I am against the idea that somebody flip-flopping across a larger period of time is a bad thing. Because if you, as a leader, not even just a politician, a leader of any kind, cannot reevaluate your own decisions, you are a bad leader.
No, I completely get that, but the problem is that they're
So,
pointing
they
the finger at the
recognize-
Republicans.
They recognize that trickle down is bad. And I think what you're doing is siding with the whole idea that, you know, Democrats and Republicans are directly opposed to each other, and my team is the best, my team woo, nationalism. You know, so...
No. What I was saying, that's what you were saying is right. If
But,
you're a person,
I'm pretty sure that it's fine for a Democrat to say that trickle down is bad.
that's fine as long as they admit that they're like, as long as they're not specifically trying to say you Republicans came up with this trickle down and it's bad, because that's what they do most of the time. I'm not going to say all the time. The problem is where you don't admit that, hey, I was wrong.
Well, she didn't make that decision.
Sure, that's fine. But still, I'm just saying
So,
Democrats as a whole. I just think it's a funny
There's a difference
situation.
between saying what you were saying and where it's saying that Republicans did trickle down, and saying that trickle down is wrong and we shouldn't repeat it. And even if it's not true that his plan was trickle down, which it's not trickle down at all. That's where this issue lies, not the fact that trickle down was bad. And I didn't think that she said that Republicans did trickle down in any form there. We can back it up
She
and double
didn't
check it.
hear, but I'm fairly certain in the past she said that, you know, your policy.
yeah.
Like, even just
I'm trying
saying the
to-
words your policy, that's not your policy, it's the Democrats' policy, and we don't even try to follow that. But, anyway,
But
I just
yeah,
thought it
it's
was
a false
ironic.
False flag. Oh, you left. Oh no,
What?
but you didn't.
Gosh dang it, why
One
does
of
it...
the- one of the
I'm so
recording
glad
bots.
that it has a backup.
Okay.
Anyway.
Yeah. Anyways,
That is not how we grow the economy. We just have a different view about what's best for growing the economy, how we make investments that will actually produce jobs and rising incomes. I think we come at it from somewhat different perspectives. I understand that. You know, Donald was very fortunate in his life, and that's all to his benefit. He started his business with $14 million borrowed from his father, and he really believes that the more you help wealthy people, the better off we'll be, and that everything will work out from there. I don't.
but that's not what he said though.
Definitely not what he said.
That's just a straight up straw man, lady. Like that's not even. He's talking about a across the board tax cut.
Yeah.
At least in this debate. I don't remember what his actual policies are, but according to this debate, that's not what he's trying to do.
Yeah.
Don't buy that. I have a different experience. My father was a small businessman. He worked really hard. He printed drapery fabrics on long tables where he pulled out those fabrics and he went down with a silk screen and dumped the paint in and took the squeegee and kept going. And so what I believe is the more we can do for the middle class, the more we can invest in you, your education, your skills, your future, the better we will be off and the better we'll grow. That's the kind of economy I want us to see again.
Let me follow up with Mr. Trump if I can. You've talked about creating.
Do you want to talk about how little she said?
She didn't... okay, I guess this is a good part to mention that we did take a break, but I don't even remember what the question was he asked, really.
The question was about like American prosperity and how you will ensure it as a president.
Okay, yeah, so she didn't even...
Well, kind of. She tangentially...
Yeah, she did say that she wants to help out education and stuff, but like...
Education and supporting the middle class in very vague terms.
Yeah, very vaguely she said stuff. Trump actually said some specifics at the least. Yeah, percentages and that kind of stuff.
He gave 2 percentages.
Yeah, he gave 2 percentages, but like that's his whole plan is to cut this percentage down to this percentage, and that should help out. And he gave his reasons why it should help out. And that was only for one question too, so we'll get into what else he does. But all she did was say like, I'm going to help them by doing this, and not actually state ways that she's going to do what she thinks she wants to do.
Well, I also want to address that. So either side, so Trump is arguing the best here in what we've seen, but it's still. So there's a difference between the best and good, there's a disparity here because well, actually, disparity isn't the right word. So Trump has a tendency of fluffing everything out and then having like one strong point that he makes.
Yeah.
So that's it's wrong on both sides here. Anyways, moving on.
About creating 25 million jobs, and you've promised to bring back millions of jobs for Americans. How are you going to bring back the industries that have left this country for cheaper labor overseas? How specifically are you going to tell American manufacturers that you have to come back?
Well, for one thing, and before we start on that, my father gave me a very small loan in 1975, and I built it into a company that's worth many, many billions of dollars with some of the greatest assets in the world. And I say that only because that's the kind of thinking that our country needs. Our country's in deep trouble. We don't know what we're doing when it comes to devaluations, and all of these countries all over the world, especially China, they're the best ever at it. What they're doing to us is a very, very sad thing. So we have to do that. We have to renegotiate our trade deals. And Lester, they're taking our jobs, they're giving incentives, they're doing things that, frankly, we don't do. Let me give you the example of Mexico. They have a VAT tax. We're in a different system. When we sell into Mexico, there's a tax. When they sell in automatic, 16% approximately. When they sell into us, there's no tax. It's a defective agreement. It's been defective for a long time, many years, but the politicians haven't done anything about it. Now, in all fairness to Secretary Clinton, yes, is that okay? Good. I want.
Dang it, the pause button is so close.
Again, just click the middle of the screen.
The pause button is so close to the time bar. Do you remember where we're at? That's close enough, right? Hold up.
And
nope,
once
too
you
far.
say you're gonna... We don't know what we're doing when
Okay,
it comes
pause it
to
there. That's close enough.
Okay, I forgot what I was gonna say,
Yeah.
but I'll try to reform it as we go. So, yeah, I forgot what it was already.
Uh-oh. He's talking about renegotiating trade deals with Mexico.
Right. I forgot what my point was. Moving on.
These countries all over the world.
Oh no, that's what it was. It was how he addressed Hillary.
Oh, okay.
It's a little hilarious.
Yeah.
It's not really like relevant criticism. I just thought that was funny.
Yeah.
Especially China, they're the best ever. They're giving incentives, they're doing tax. When the politicians haven't done anything about it. Now, in all fairness to Secretary Clinton, yes?
Can I?
Okay, good.
I can't. You can just press the space bar and it does it.
Very happy. It's very important to me. But in all fairness to Secretary Clinton, when she started talking about this, it was really very recently. She's been doing this for 30 years. And why hasn't she made the agreements better? The NAFTA agreement is defective just because of the tax and many other reasons, but just because of the fact.
Let me interrupt just a moment.
Secretary Clinton and
No.
politicians should have been doing this for years, not right now because of the fact that we've created a movement. They should have been doing this for years. What's happened to our jobs and our country and our economy generally is, look, we owe $20 trillion. We cannot do it any longer, Lester.
Back to the question, though, how do you specifically bring back?
That is a good point. In lieu of answering the question, he kind of went on an ad hominem attack there.
A little bit, but he also is talking about, like, the problem. I mean, I guess he's not talking about the solution yet, but he's talking about the main problem, and he's really just trying to say, hey, Hillary, you've been in the position to fix things for years. Why didn't you fix it? So, yeah, he definitely went off the question a little bit, but it was related to the question a little bit.
Tangential,
yeah,
I would say. I would file it under the irrelevant category on a technicality, but still.
Yeah.
Jobs, American manufacturers, how do you make them bring the jobs back?
Well, the first thing you do is don't let the jobs leave. The companies are leaving. I could name, there are thousands of them. They're leaving, and they're leaving in bigger numbers than ever. And what you do is you say, fine, you want to go to Mexico or some other country, good luck. We wish you a lot of luck. But if you think you're going to make your air conditioners or your cars or your cookies or whatever you make and bring them into our country without a tax, you're wrong. And once you say you're going to have to tax them coming in,
wrong.
And our politicians have to do this.
Wrong.
Are you just making fun of him or
special
saying that he's
interests
wrong?
and the special
No, I'm making fun of him.
Okay.
Yeah.
to leave because in many cases they own the companies. So what I'm saying is we can stop them from leaving. We have to stop them from leaving, and that's a big, big factor.
Let me let Secretary Clinton
Well,
get there.
let's.
Oh, wait, no, he did. My bad. All I caught was that like, ending statement, and I was like, oh, so he just said that he's going to stop them from leaving by stopping them from leaving. No, they're
He said raise taxes, basically.
He said raise import tax, or instate import tax. Do we not have one?
We don't have we didn't have an import tax from other countries, like internationally.
Oh.
Yeah.
Learn something new, I guess.
Stop for a second and remember where we were 8 years ago. We had the worst financial crisis, the Great Recession, the worst since the 1930s. That was in large part because of tax policies that slashed taxes on the wealthy, failed to invest in the middle class, took their eyes off of Wall Street, and created a perfect storm.
That's very opinionated.
I mean, what is she answering here? I already forgot.
Well, she's trying to answer the same question Lester did, stated to Trump. So, like, how do you fix the jobs, come back to America instead of leaving? And I guess what she's saying, she's not really answering the question, but that's what her question is posed. She's trying to say, oh, Trump, you're cutting the taxes. Well, look what happened last time you cut the taxes. That's very, very opinionated to say that the last recession we had was because of that.
Well, it's
like one-sided, I should say.
But it's also implying that, like, his plan is the same as Trigger.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that too. But also, she is saying that cutting the taxes was the only factor, and that if you do it again, it's going to screw it up. No, there's a bunch of different factors that really went to it, and it was like poor government control. But with Trump's idea, it is good government control. So I don't know how else to explain that, but she's just not actually factoring in all of the problems, just the one problem she thinks is.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of blinked out on her speaking for a moment, so I forgot I was supposed to be paying attention. My brain just decided to stop caring for a moment, so I may tell you what, I'm gonna bump this back a couple seconds and
failed to invest since the 1930s. That was in large part because of tax policies that slashed taxes on the wealthy, failed to invest in the middle class, took their eyes off of Wall.
Wait, she's talking about the Great Depression. She said
no,
the 30s.
She said the one the stock market crash that happened in 2008. That was the biggest one since the 1930s.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, gotcha. I thought if she's, I was gonna say, if you're talking about the 1930s, that's just wrong. Like, the Great Depression was caused by credit debt. Like that's the main cause of that. But as far as like the stock market crash goes, I honestly do not know a whole lot about it. Do you know like what caused all that?
This time around happened because it was a lot to do with banks being stupid, and
Too big to fail.
Right? Oh yeah, so the banks, they were, the original problem with banks, they loan out a bunch of money that isn't even theirs, and then whenever you put in your own money to a bank, they take your actual money and give it to other people. So whenever people started seeing the stock markets like start to crash, they were all trying to pull out their money, but the banks didn't have the money to give them because they had loaned it out to other people, and so just nobody had any money. So then the whole thing went crumbling down.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then she's stating that it was because we weren't keeping track of Wall Street, which is probably fair. But as far as the tax thing goes, I think that's kind of irrelevant, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not irrelevant, but it's not like... It's not the main contributing factor, and that's not the only reason why it happened. Like, if we were to do it again, it wouldn't just immediately cause another crash.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Especially with people's knowledge of how it happened.
Yeah.
People are...
smarter.
Well, I don't want to say people are smart as a blanket statement. I know enough to think that's not true. But...
as a collective, the smart people are smart, and the stupid people are stupid.
As a collective, I think banks alone will just stop. Well, maybe not stop that behavior, but
they still do it.
control it more so that you don't just destroy your ability to fund people.
Yeah, and that's why the government came up with the idea of company bailouts, especially for banks, so that the federal treasury will just give them a bunch of cash in case that happens again, so that way people will still have cash on hand. And it won't cause a gigantic crash. It's not necessarily good for the government's debt, but it's a good way to protect things. And then the stupid government carried it too far and starts bailing out companies that don't even need to be bailed out. And that's where the problem came in. But whatever.
Big fun.
Yep.
Moving on. Tax issues. That's not a...
Right, yeah.
Wall Street and created a perfect storm. In fact, Donald was one of the people who rooted for the housing crisis. He said back in 2006, gee, I hope it does collapse because then I can go in and buy some and make some money. Well, it did collapse.
That's called business, by the way.
9 million people lost their jobs. 5 million people.
Okay. So, morally... I don't even know if you can really argue morality in that sense, because that's...
I mean, it's
like
business. Again, like you just said, it's business.
Autonomy. Once your stocks plummet, you buy some because they will rise again.
Exactly.
That's how they work. Because people know that behavior. Once they fall, they start buying again, so they go back up.
Yep.
And those massive plummets will lead to massive rises because that's how stocks work.
Yep.
Like, it's business autonomy, or not even business autonomy, just economic autonomy at that point. So bringing morality into that is not relevant.
Yep.
Lost their homes, and $13 trillion in family wealth was wiped out. Now, we have come back from that abyss, and it has not been easy. So we're now on the precipice of having a potentially much better economy, but the last thing we need to do is to go back to the policies that
it's not the same, lady.
Failed us in the first place. Independent experts have looked at what I've proposed and looked at what Donald's proposed, and basically they've said this, that if his tax plan, which would blow up the debt by over $5 trillion and would, in some instances, disadvantage
hold on. I gotta pause that for a second.
Where does that number come from, I wonder?
Yeah, well, two things wrong with what she said. She said independent studiers, whatever she said, researchers. There's a lot of independent researchers out there. Like, if you specifically go to the Democratic independent researchers, which is what you probably did, then of course they're going to say that. But also, the main thing, she's saying that if they use Trump's plan of taxing importation of goods is going to raise the debt, that doesn't even make sense. You're literally, the only thing that's going to happen there is you're going to gain money from sales.
Well, you're also losing some tax income from
from businesses that are in the U.S., but then you're making money from the people that are out of the U.S. So either they come in the U.S. and create a better economy, which raises the GDP, or they don't come in and we still make money from the importation tax. So I don't see how in the world he thinks that it's going to cause the debt to go even further up.
Let's say, so there's a couple different things that happen, like you said. Either you just get, so let's say that because of this, nothing changes, which that's not going to happen. But the only thing you're changing is your tax. You're cutting taxes for businesses in the U.S. You're increasing taxes for imports. So at worst, you'll misbalance it and lose a little bit of money.
Yeah.
$5 trillion is a lot.
Yeah.
I don't know if you'll lose $5 trillion by cutting taxes on businesses and increasing them elsewhere in any situation. So seems like a bit of an overestimation to me. Yeah. Now, that is the worst case scenario, I'd imagine. That's probably what they calculated based on is worst case scenario.
Yeah, but the most likely scenario is that you make a buttload of money. So I don't know.
I feel like it will be slightly above neutral, is my opinion on this, which, if it's good, it's good.
Well, but as far as the actual national debt goes, but I would say that it definitely would help our economy because, I mean, that's something that's businesses are going to want to stay in America in that case, and it's going to help our economy whether or not it helps our national debt. So,
still above neutral.
Yep, a little bit above neutral at the best. Well,
I wouldn't say that it's a perfect solution, but I don't think there is a perfect solution.
It's a step in the right direction, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Moving on. I can't press space now. There we go.
Families compared to the wealthy were to go into effect, we would lose 3.5 million jobs and maybe have another.
Do we want to address that, or is that just wrong?
It's just the same thing she just said. That's straight up wrong.
Another recession. They've looked at my plans and they've said, okay, if we can do this, and I intend to get it done, we will have 10 million more new jobs. Because we will be making investments where we can grow the economy. Take clean energy. Some country is going to be the clean energy superpower of the 21st century. Donald thinks that climate change is a hoax perpetrated by the Chinese. I think it's real.
I did not.
Science is real.
I do not say that.
And I think it's important that we...
Yeah. Sounds a bit hyperbolized there.
Well, he's definitely... I mean, he used to be a Fox News reporter, right?
I don't know.
Something. Either way, he's definitely said some... I mean, he says stuff all the time in the past that he doesn't now believe in. At the worst, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe I said before that I'm a firm believer in change of opinion.
Yeah, exactly.
Grip this and deal with it, both at home and abroad. And here's what we can do. We can deploy 500 million more solar panels. We can have enough clean energy to power every home. We can build a new modern electric grid. That's a lot of jobs. That's a lot of new...
realize how bad solar panels are? Do you know how bad solar panels are?
Yes, they're very bad. Hydroelectric is...
The loss of energy is just ridiculous.
Hydroelectric is pretty good, but you got to account for
like the Hoover Dam,
environmental impact.
It's pretty good.
You got to account for environmental impact though, because that I've read some studies on it. I just forget exactly. It's pretty detrimental to the immediate environment.
It can be, yeah, if you do it in the wrong spot. But the main thing I'm talking about solar panels. They're such a high cost, and they give you so little energy. And then, on the other hand...
reviewing our other options is what I'm doing here.
Oh, yeah. But no, on the other hand, if you actually wanted to talk about something that was going to help out the environment and help out renewable, safe energy, nuclear power. Like, seriously?
That's where I was going to.
You can have one nuclear plant power the entire west coast, or not, like western hemisphere of the Earth. And there's almost
I don't know if that's true.
That is definitely true.
I feel like you're hyperbolizing a little bit on
No,
that one.
hold on. Let me look this up because I'm fairly
Yeah,
certain I'm
citation.
wrong. How many nuclear power plants? No, I got that right. And then I backtracked. Would it take to power? I guess the U.S. Okay, that didn't bring up anything. To power the world.
How about let's do this? Power output.
Well, I
I'm saying
may have misunderstood what I was talking about. Apparently, for the entire world, it says 14,500 power plants, but it depends on how long you're talking about for it to actually power. I forgot
probably
about that
as
part
much
of
as
it.
possible. So annual. Oh shoot, that's not even. The U.S. has 98 operating
That's what it is.
power reactors in 30 states, operated by 30 different companies. Since 2001, these plants have achieved an average capacity factor of over 90%, generating up to 807 terawatt hours per year, and accounting for about 20% of the total electricity generated. So,
Here's what I was-
98 accounts for 98 plants accounts for 98. I'm sorry, 98 plants. I can't talk today. Account for 20% of power generated in the U.S. right now. I believe we over-generate. I don't know how that works, but still,
Anyway,
I
no,
feel like
didn't-
one plant can't power the entire West Coast.
Yeah, I'm gonna absolutely redact my statement because I misspoke entirely. I remember I remember a specific statistic that was saying one power plant can power a buttload, but it's only like for a certain amount of time.
Super efficient.
Well, yeah, it's
They're
only for a
super
certain amount of time that I was talking about. If you wanted to have it 24/7, but anyway, I did find out the actual one. Oh my goodness, words. 1,000 megawatt power plant can meet the needs of a city the size of Boston or Seattle, and that's like not
more
during
accurate.
a certain amount of time. That's like during the entire lifespan of that power plant. So.
Yep, that is continuous generation and use.
Yes.
So, nuclear power is definitely viable. The issue is that you need to have people who are
on board.
or no, who are able to run it. You need
Oh
to
yeah,
train
we
people.
have plenty of people that are able to. It's just stupid. Chernobyl screwed everything
There
up.
is a lot of bureaucracy around it, though. Yes.
Yeah, stupid Russians didn't do it right, and everyone thinks it's dangerous, but we
And
know
I
how
don't
to
know
do it right now.
I don't know exactly how nuclear power is operated. I understand, like, the concept is you just evaporate water really, really fast and then send it down a pressurized tube to turn the
No,
power.
it's uranium.
No, uranium.
Well, the uranium
boils
does
water.
it. Okay, yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah, so it's essentially just a source of heat that doesn't cause.
It doesn't die out.
Or no, it does die out eventually.
Well,
it's just,
eventually, it's a very long
it
time.
doesn't do it. It doesn't do it like gas does, where it has emissions that are a little ridiculous. You just end up with a lump of useless material at that point.
Yeah. Well, anyway, the point was solar panels are horribly inefficient. She should not be advocating for them.
Okay, so solar panels are nice if you're talking about, like, from a consumer standpoint and you want to power your home. You do have to cover your roof in them.
Yeah, you have to have one. But they're so expensive, like, even for a consumer.
They're very expensive.
Yeah. I mean, you have to have a lot of them, and they won't even power your home all day, especially when it's cloudy and rainy, and that's a lot of the time.
Right.
And nighttime and stuff. So,
Plus you have to clean them.
yeah, that's it.
But still, so here's the issue. This is where we run into the same thing that we were talking about earlier, with, you know, creating jobs versus creating jobs efficiently. So this is an instance where you have more efficient options that you should go for instead, as far as like monetary, or as far as a monetary basis goes. So you can do nuclear if you really wanted to, and you probably should. But because solar panels and that kind of thing will take more people to set up, you're creating more jobs. So you're spending a lot more money in that case, and it's just like, but you know, still creating jobs just inefficiently.
Yep.
Moving on.
activity. So I've tried to be very specific about what we can and should do, and I am determined that we're going to get the economy really moving again, building on the progress we've made over the last 8 years, but never going back to what got us in trouble in the first place.
Mr. Trump.
She talks about solar panels. We invested in a solar company, our country. That was a disaster. They lost plenty of money on that one. Now, look, I'm a great believer in all forms of energy, but we're putting a lot of people out of work. Our energy policies are a disaster. Our country is losing so much in terms of energy, in terms of paying off our debt. You can't do what you're looking to do with $20 trillion in debt. The Obama administration, from the time they've come in, is over 230 years worth of debt, and he's topped it. He's doubled it in a course of almost 8 years, 7.5 years to be semi-exact. So I will tell you this. We have to do a much better job at keeping our jobs, and we have to do a much better job at giving companies incentive to build new companies or to expand, because they're not doing it. And all you have to do is look at Michigan and look at Ohio and look at all of these places where so many of their jobs and their companies are just leaving. They're gone. And Hillary, I just ask you this. You've been doing this for 30 years.
Please stop with the ad hominem. It's unnecessary. You're doing fine. You just don't need to attack her. You have good enough policies. Fine.
Well, yeah, but she's trying to attack him too, so he's got to be like, well, you've been in this position. Well, sure, maybe, but also, if you're trying to run for president, and you have another person trying to run for president, and this Hillary is saying, hey, your policies aren't going to work, we should do this, this, and this, then my only thing would be like, hey, you've been in government for 30 years, why haven't you been doing this, this, and this that you say you should be doing?
Yes, but that argument doesn't answer your question at that point. And granted, he did answer the question. It's just irrelevant, the fact that she was in office for so long, according to this question. This is something you can bring up at some point when it's relevant, but this is the second time now that he's gone on the ad hominem, and it bothers me.
I guess. Anyway.
Why are you just thinking about these solutions right now? For 30 years you've been doing it, and now you're just starting to think of solutions.
Well, actually...
Also, she was secretary?
Well, she's been in a lot of different positions. She was First Lady, and then Secretary of State, and then she was...
well, First Lady doesn't hold any real political power, does she?
Oh, yeah. Well, not like...
There's no, like, policy or anything that she affects.
Not technically speaking, but they hold a lot of power over the media. And the media is really what gets a bunch of stuff done, too. So...
I don't imagine the media lets the government put solar panels up, though.
Well, no, but if the First Lady is advocating... well, it's just like Michelle Obama. She's the one that screwed up school lunches because they're unhealthy. They have a lot of power. And if you're sitting around doing nothing for 8 years...
Yeah. So she was the First Lady. She is
Secretary of State. She did something in the military. Let's look up what Hillary, however you spell it, Clinton, government position, I guess is the best way to search that.
Government job history. Let's do that one.
Positions of Hillary Clinton. Did this even... Okay. First Lady of Arkansas, First Lady of the United States, U.S. Senator from New York, and serving as the United States Secretary of State. I thought she did something with the military. But I guess she did something with the military with one of those jobs. I guess that was Secretary of State.
Probably
anyway.
Secretary of State, but, right. So I guess Secretary of State is a high enough position to probably affect some, or at least bring up discussions on power, concerns in energy.
And then one thing to say about your thing. I know it might be slightly annoying to you that he's, the ad hominem thing he said, but also if you're constructing a good argument, you state your thesis, then you support your thesis, and then you attack the other argument. So he's doing that exactly by the book.
He's not attacking the other argument. He's attacking the other person.
No, he's saying.
That's the definition of ad hominem. Instead of attacking their argument, you attack their character.
He's
which,
not. He's not necessary. It might be.
What argument specifically is he attacking?
He might be specifically talking to her about it, but he's also like he's taking the base out of her argument because she's saying, "Hey, we need to do this, 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 this," and he's saying, "Well, if that was actually an effective way to do stuff, why haven't you been doing it?" He's not only saying, "Hey, you've been sitting around on your butt." He's saying that if this was actually a viable option, that you would have done it by now. So he is actually attacking her argument, not just her character. That makes sense, right?
See, this will take a minute for me to decide on whether I'm being stubborn or I have an actual genuine, like, counter to that. My brain says I disagree with it, but I have a feeling it's just because of being stubborn. So, we'll come back to that, maybe. Okay. Yeah, moving on.
Excuse me. I will bring back jobs. You can't bring back jobs.
Well, actually, I have thought about this quite a bit.
Yeah, for 30 years.
I have,
See, that
well,
one was
not quite that long.
Yes.
I think my husband did a pretty good job in the 1990s. I think a lot about what worked and how we can make it work again.
Well, he approved
3 million
NAFTA.
new jobs,
He approved
a balanced
NAFTA,
budget,
which is the single
and
worst trade deal ever approved.
I want to talk about NAFTA. What exactly
I'm gonna have to look that up. I don't know.
is our issue with NAFTA? And maybe, we'll probably let it play and let Trump talk about why NAFTA is bad. I just don't know what his qualms with it are. I also don't know a lot about NAFTA.
Okay. So, I just couldn't remember. It's been too long since I've looked at it. But it says the North American Free Trade Agreement was implemented in order to promote trade between the U.S., Canada, and Mexico, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. The problem is that the agreement eliminated most tariffs on trade between the three countries. So that means we got no money out of it. It just helped other people's economy because we were the super house of the world at that point.
Right. It was to lift up Canada and Mexico instead of...
Pretty much. The idea was to help us out, but it did not. It was a bad idea. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's fair. Yeah. I mean, I don't know... I wouldn't say that it was like a poor political move. Like, it was a 50-50 flip as to where it could have gone. But after the fact, it was a bad decision. Post hoc, bad.
Incomes went up for everybody. Manufacturing jobs went up also in the 1990s, if we're actually going to look at the facts. When I was in the Senate, I had a number of trade deals that came before me, and I held them all to the same test. Will they create jobs in America? Will they raise incomes in America? And are they good for our national security? Some of them I voted.
So here's the thing. I feel like you're missing a couple things in that list. Most importantly of which the actual, like, economy specifically. So you're maybe a combination of the things that you're looking at already, but maybe you're still missing some stuff to encompass, like, how the economy will be affected by these trade deals.
Yeah, she's definitely missing a few things. My major problem with what she just said, though, is that, like, she's only looking at it, does it do all three of these, or at least the way she said it. Because what you I mean, personally at least, I would think if you can do one of these things, that's a good thing. And then if you do something else that helps the other two, or covers the area that the first one doesn't cover, then that's a good thing. But if you get rid of all of them because none of them meet all three of them, then you're just never going to get anywhere.
I feel like that's that's an argument to be had. I'd have to sit down and think about my feelings on that one. Okay. But my main problem is that if you're looking at... So I have a feeling I know how Donald Trump would respond to that, because he's an economy man. And nothing... So she talked about benefiting the American people as far as jobs go. But she didn't talk about money or time being lost in the creation of those jobs. So the debt would increase, because that's what happens.
Yeah.
For the biggest one, a multinational one known as CAFTA, I voted against. And because I hold the same standards as I look at all of these trade deals. But let's not assume that trade is the only challenge we have in the economy. I think it is a part of it, and I've said what I'm going to do. I'm going to have a special prosecutor.
Trade is a vague term to use there. And I'm going to be facetious on this because terminology is very important in debate.
Yeah.
But when you look at trade specifically, that can be anything from
Import, export, anything, literally anything.
no, not, like base level. I bought tomatoes from the store today. That is trade.
Yeah, exactly.
It's too vague to really say anything about.
Yeah, and if you're only looking at the umbrella term, I just hit something on my computer. Anyway, if you're only looking at the umbrella term for trade, then yeah, it's going to go up because the trade inside the U.S. is up. But the problem is everyone keeps leaving the U.S. and not making the money end up inside the U.S.
Well, no, let's break it down even further because I'm being even more facetious on it. So, if you look at her statement, trade is not the only thing that affects our economy.
Yeah.
Trade is vague enough to be the only thing that affects the economy. Or can be the smallest thing that affects the economy. It's just too vague. You need to specify.
Yeah, I agree.
And I'm being facetious, but that's my job.
We're going to enforce the trade deals we have, and we're going to hold people accountable. When I was Secretary of State, we actually increased American exports globally 30%. We increased them to China 50%. So I know how to really work to get new jobs and to get exports that help to create more.
Okay.
You can see Trump's about to go off.
So, no, I want to talk about her.
No, I was just saying, look at his face. He looks like he's about to go off. He's like, what'd you just flip and say?
Also, his eyes look like mouths right now.
Have you seen that meme where they actually...
Yes, I have.
Oh my gosh. I keep seeing that every time I say... Anyway, on to your same...
So, her statement. I know how to work... I'm sorry, I know how to really work to get trade whatever up. There's a lot
are
of...
you actually going to do?
There's a lot of... Not are you actually, I want to know how.
Yeah, that too.
Tell me how,
Yeah.
please.
Don't just like... put your faith in me because I know what I'm doing. No, I need to know what you're doing so that I can know if you know what you're doing.
New jobs.
Well, you haven't done it in 30 years or 26 years.
Well,
any number you
I've
want
been
to
a senator.
You haven't
Donald,
done it.
And
You haven't
I
done
have
it.
been a
And excuse
Secretary
me,
of State, and I have
Your
done
husband signed
a lot.
NAFTA, which was one of the worst things that ever happened
Well,
to the
that's your
manufacturing
opinion.
industry.
That is your
You go to
opinion.
New England, you go to Ohio, Pennsylvania, you go anywhere you want, Secretary Clinton, and you will see devastation where manufacturing is down 30, 40, sometimes 50%. NAFTA is the worst trade deal.
I want to talk about that for a moment. NAFTA is the worst thing to happen to the manufacturing industry. That's a hard thing to put my finger on because I don't know a whole lot about the manufacturing industry.
Yeah, I don't either.
But I feel like that's a pretty bold claim.
It is, but also...
Considering how many companies are... I'd like to know the statistics on that, and I may do some research after the episode or something. But I'm pretty sure we have a lot of manufacturing moving to Asian countries, more so than Mexico.
No, it's both.
Well, no, I mean, which one impacts manufacturing worse?
China.
Is it China or is it Mexico?
Literally, it's China.
China has nothing to do with NAFTA. So if you consider the fact that Mexico is, because people aren't going to Canada for cheaper manufacturing, so we can leave that out of NAFTA.
Yeah.
But if you consider the ratio of companies moving out to Mexico versus, I don't know, let's specify and say China. I have a feeling that it's probably worse if they're going to China. Or worse if you consider how many are going to China and what their effect on the GDP in America is.
Yeah.
So to call it the worst thing that's ever happened to the manufacturing industry, I feel like is a bit of hyperbole.
Well, he said the worst trade deal, so things that the government has specifically done.
He said wait, let me back this up.
No, yeah, right, because he said worst trade deal to ever happen.
Let's not assume that trade is the only challenge we have. People accountable. When I
6 years, the manufacturing industry.
There it is.
To get new jobs and to get exports that help to create more. new jobs.
Well, you haven't done it in 30 years or 26 years.
Well,
any number you
I've
want
been
to
a
do.
senator.
You haven't
Donald,
done it.
And
You haven't
I
done
have
it.
been a
And excuse
Secretary
me,
of State, and I have
Your
done
husband signed
a lot.
NAFTA, which was one of the worst things that ever happened
Well,
to the
that's your
manufacturing.
One of the worst things. I'm sorry,
Okay.
he said one of the worst things.
You're
So-
totally right. He did say that, but I know in previous times he said worst trade deal. Like that's the main quote that they pull from him. Maybe he misspoke in this time.
Yes, but you know me. I'm talking
Yeah.
about the exact diction
No,
that he
you're
used.
right. You're right in this case. I guess I just substituted in what he normally says.
I ignore your reality and substitute my own.
Anyway.
But yeah, it's definitely a bold claim.
Yeah.
Either way.
Manufacturing industry.
That is your
You go
opinion.
to New England, you go to Ohio, Pennsylvania, you go anywhere you want, Secretary Clinton, and you will see devastation where manufacturing is down 30, 40, sometimes 50%. NAFTA is the worst trade deal maybe
There it is.
ever signed.
Yeah. Okay, there you go. That was before I paused it. But also, you have to consider the fact that there are other causes of this decrease in manufacturing other than NAFTA. So, the fact that manufacturing is down that much isn't solely NAFTA's fault. Which is
Probably,
weird
yeah.
because you have other policies to affect the other, big bulk of what's causing manufacturers to move out of the U.S. or to close down in those areas. But you're ignoring them to say that NAFTA is bad. So,
Well, and I
just-
personally don't know
it's
the other
odd.
policies, so I can't say one way or the other which one was worse. And I would assume, based on Trump's, what do you call it? Experience. That's the word I was looking for. Businessman
Yeah.
experience, that he would know what he's talking about when it comes to that. But that's just assuming, so I don't know.
I am trying to focus in on just this debate here.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
Anywhere, but certainly ever signed in this country. And now you want to approve Trans-Pacific Partnership. You were totally in favor of it. Then you heard what I was saying, how bad it is, and you said, I can't win that debate. But you know that if you did win, you would approve that, and that will be almost as bad as now.
So Trans-Pacific Partnership, I'm assuming, is something similar-ish to NAFTA, where you
Yeah.
decrease tariffs with allied countries or whatever.
I'll
Or with
look
partner
it up just to
countries.
make sure.
Yeah, give it a quick search, and then I'll just play this.
Trans-Pacific Agreement? Partnership.
Partnership.
Nothing will ever
Well,
top NAFTA.
That is just not accurate. I was against it once it was finally negotiated and the terms were laid out. I wrote about.
Okay, so
It's bad.
yeah. The Trans-Pacific Partnership, or the TPP, was the centerpiece of President Barack Obama's strategic pivot to Asia. Before President Trump withdrew the United States in 2017, thankfully, the TPP was set to become the world's largest trade deal covering 40% of the global economy.
You said TPP.
Bruh. Anyway.
TP and PP. Anyways, yeah, so it's...
That's
That's
horrible.
definitely-
That's horrible.
It's bad.
Yeah.
It's definitely not great.
Anyway, that's it.
And it's good to see that Trump at least got something done.
Yeah, right.
Wrote about that in.
You called it the
I
gold
wrote about-
standard.
well, I hope
You called it the gold standard of trade
And
deals. You
you know
said it's
what?
the finest deal.
I'd like to know when that statement was made, before or after final negotiations, because I am a firm believer in changing your idea or changing your opinion when something is wrong.
Yeah.
So,
And to be
I'd like
fair,
to know
she's doing the
the full
same thing to him.
well, yes, but that
Yeah.
still doesn't make it good.
course,
Either
yeah.
way, you can't justify bad or bad debate tactics because someone else is using them against you as well, because you can undermine them easily.
Yeah. Anyway.
And yeah.
I've ever seen.
No.
And then you heard what I said about it, and all of a sudden you were against it.
Well, Donald, I know you live in your own reality, but
Oh, yeah.
that is not the
Thanks for the ad hominem there. I really appreciate it.
facts. The facts are, I did say I hoped it would be a good deal, but when it was negotiated,
Not.
which I was not responsible for, I concluded it wasn't. I wrote about that.
So is it President
in my
Obama's
book
fault? Is it
before
President Obama's
you
fault?
even announced. Look, there
Secretary,
are different,
is it President Obama's fault?
There are
Because he's
different-
pushing it.
There are different views about what's good for our country, our economy, and our leadership in the world.
Now here's the thing: we also have to consider what this does outside of the economy. So if you're playing a pure numbers game, which Trump probably is, it's probably terrible. It's the worst thing that ever happened. But if you look at like your bureaucracy between countries and that kind of thing, you'll probably build up a lot more allies doing this.
Well, I don't disagree with you. However,
I'm playing devil's advocate here.
Yeah.
So that's probably the argument that we have for it. Now you also have to consider the balance between those two. I don't think you should take a pure stance one way or the other. I think it's
well,
a balance.
I think right now with the state of our economy, well,
I think you can't
at the time of this
ignore
argument,
foreign relations.
well, I wouldn't say ignore it, but I would definitely do the stuff that benefits the U.S. over the rest, because right now we're all, or not right now, but at the time of this debate, all we were doing was helping out everyone else, and it screwed us over so bad. And what we needed to do for the next 15 years. Yeah, and what we needed to do for the next 15 years was play some repercussion, or wait, what do you call that? Whenever you like fight back against something, there's a word for that. But retaliation. Retaliate by like fixing your own economy instead of screwing with other people, and like get back to the center.
Yeah, I say that was a misbalance because you focused too much on foreign affairs. But if we go back and we start doing only economic, or we view deals and legislature as purely economic and purely monetary based, then foreign affairs is going to go to shit. And yeah, it's just you have to consider both in every situation.
Yeah.
But I will say favoring one over the other in a situation that doesn't justify it is a bad thing.
Yes.
Moving on.
And I think it's important to look at what we need to do to get the economy going again. That's why I said new jobs with rising incomes, investments, not in more tax cuts that would add $5 trillion to the debt.
But you have no plan.
Oh, I do.
Secretary.
There
Okay.
you go.
Is this like allowed in this debate right now? Is he allowed to interrupt her, or is that just like she got her? I actually like forgot.
I remember him saying that he's gonna start off with a question. You have 2 minutes to respond to each person, and then there's gonna be like, I think he said there's gonna be like 5 minutes of actual debate. So maybe it is. I thought he said that they had another couple minutes to respond, but maybe he meant like both of them at the same time.
I don't know if she has no plan, by the way.
I mean,
I feel like that's probably hyperbole, but she hasn't like.
It's not
said
hyperbole, but it's also she hasn't been stating any form of a plan. She keeps saying she has a plan, and she keeps saying things she plans to do, but she doesn't say how she's going to get it done or how it's going to affect us. So, I would agree with Trump in this statement that she has no plan. Whether or not it's truth.
I feel like I would qualify it as no clear plan.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I don't know. That's also because diction really matters to me in debate, because when people just throw words around, that's how we get, false bullshit happen.
Anyway.
You have no plan.
A book about it. It's called Stronger Together. You can pick it up tomorrow.
That's about all you
folks.
At the bookstore or at an airport near you.
We're going to move to.
But it's because
Shameless plug.
We need to have strong growth, fair growth, sustained growth. We also have to look at how we help families balance the responsibilities at home and the responsibilities at business. So we have a very robust set of plans, and people who have looked at both of our plans have concluded that mine would create 10 million jobs and yours would lose us 3.5 million jobs and explode.
You are going to approve one of the biggest tax cuts in history. You are going to approve one of the biggest tax increases in history. You are going to drive business out. Your regulations are a disaster, and you're going to increase regulations all over the place. And by the way, my tax cut is the biggest since Ronald Reagan. I'm very proud of it. It will create tremendous numbers of new jobs. But regulations, you are going to regulate these businesses out of existence. When I go around, Lester, I tell you this.
Citation needed on that? I don't know a whole lot of Hillary Clinton's policy, is the thing. I wasn't super involved in the 2016 election when it rolled around, so I just knew that. I just knew the memes, so I don't actually know much about like Clinton's I don't know what her views. I don't doubt that she would overregulate, but I also don't know exactly.
Well, I know that was her plan, was to increase regulations and increase taxes was the main point of her plan.
Okay.
I've been all over. And when I go around, despite the tax cut, the things that business and people like the most is the fact that I'm cutting regulation. You have regulations on top of regulations, and new companies cannot form, and old companies are going out of business.
Do you remember us talking about overregulation in the medical industry?
Oh, yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Business, and you want to increase the regulations and make them even worse. I'm going to cut regulations, but I'm going to cut taxes big league, and you're going to raise taxes big league. End of story.
Let me get you to pause right there, because we're going to move into the next segment. We're going to talk taxes.
Continue.
Can't be left
Please
to stand.
take 30 seconds.
I
then we're gonna go
kind
on.
of assumed that there would be a lot of these charges and claims. And so
Facts.
we have taken the homepage of my website, HillaryClinton.com, and we've turned it into a fact checker. So if you want to see in real time.
If you want to see in real time what my people think are facts.
Yeah, if you want to see some
If I heard
facts.
if I heard that bullshit from either side, just be like, okay, that's a website. First of all, I'm never going to visit.
Yeah, if you want to see that my facts are my facts, then yeah. Wow.
Anyways.
What the facts are, please go and take a look. Because
And take a look at mine also, and you'll see.
Add a penny to the debt, and your plans would add $5 trillion to the debt. What I have proposed would cut regulations and streamline them for small businesses. What I have proposed would be paid for by raising taxes on the wealthy, because they have made all the gains in the economy. And I think it's time that the wealthy and corporations paid their fair share to support this country.
You just opened the next segment.
Well,
which is
look,
the-
could I just finish?
This is never going to end.
It's right here with the
and
new
you take a look at her
15-minute
website.
segment.
She's
It's on
going to
the-
raise taxes $1.3 trillion.
Mr. Trump, I'm
and
gonna-
look at her website. You know what? It's no different than this. She's telling us how to fight ISIS. Just go to her website. She tells you how to fight ISIS on her website. I don't think General Douglas MacArthur would like that
All right,
too
the
much.
The next segment,
What?
continuing
Well,
the
at
subject
least
of
I have a plan to fight
achieving
ISIS.
prosperity.
No, you're telling me.
They're talking about ISIS now.
Yeah, oh my goodness.
Oh, economy,
Poor
economy,
Lester.
economy.
Poor Lester
ISIS.
there. He's supposed to have all the power, and she goes, at least I have a plan to fight ISIS.
Economy, economy, economy. My website, fact checking, ISIS.
Yeah.
No, we're not.
Stop talking about ISIS.
Everything
They need
you
to
want to
just
do.
cut the
No
microphones.
wonder you've been fighting. No wonder you've been fighting ISIS your entire adult life.
Woo, get ready.
Folks,
Go to the fact checkers. Get
folks,
to work.
you are unpacking a lot here, and we're still on the issue of achieving.
God, I hate her smile.
I did too, but also, did you notice that?
Uncomfortable smile.
It is, but did you notice she just said she had no response or like argument, so she said, just go check the fact-checking website.
Well, no, it's that it's poorly worded.
I guess,
But
but
it's
still, that's the way it presented across.
It's that she thinks that's a false claim.
Yeah, anyway. Hopefully Lester will get a word.
prosperity. And I want
Go on, forehead.
Taxes. The fundamental difference between the two of you concerns the wealthy. Secretary Clinton, you're calling for a tax increase in the wealthiest Americans. I'd like you to further defend that. And Mr. Trump, you're calling for tax cuts for the wealthy.
For everybody, I would like to point out,
Yeah.
for all businesses.
I'd like you to defend that. And this next 2-minute answer goes to you, Mr. Trump.
Well, I'm really calling for major jobs because the wealthy are going to create tremendous jobs. They're going to.
Ooh, okay. So he didn't actually. Was that his plan? Was to just cut it on the wealthy? I honestly, I heard at
I'm
the
pretty
beginning
sure it is across
that it
the
was
board.
cuts all the way.
I'm pretty sure it is across the board, but the main thing that's going to affect the U.S. is the wealthy, which is why they're focusing on it.
Yeah, but he's talking about cuts across the board, which is something he should defend here.
He should, but he didn't do a good job of it.
Instead of going along with the narrative that this is trickle down, but trickle down
modern, I guess, trumped up trickle down, as you call it, you should probably defend the fact that it's not trickle down.
Yeah. Anyway.
Before you even talk about like why these cuts will be important, because you have to establish your point before you defend it.
Expand their companies. They're going to do a tremendous job. I'm getting rid of the carried interest provision. And if you really look, it's not a tax. It's really not a great thing for the wealthy. It's a great thing for the middle class. It's a great thing for companies to expand. And when these people are going to put billions and billions of dollars into companies, and when they're going to bring $2.5 trillion back from overseas, where they can't bring the money back because politicians like Secretary Clinton won't allow them to bring the money back because the taxes are so onerous and the bureaucratic red tape. So what is so bad? So what they're doing is they're leaving our country, and they're, believe it or not, leaving because taxes are too high and because some of them have lots of money outside of our country, and instead of bringing it back and putting the money to work because they can't work out a deal to, and everybody agrees it should be brought back. Instead of that, they're leaving our country to get their money because they can't bring their money back into our country because of bureaucratic red tape, because they can't get together, because we have a president that can't sit them around a table and get them to approve something. And here's the thing. Republicans and Democrats agree that this should be done. $2.5 trillion. I happen to think it's double that. It's probably $5 trillion
Sorry.
that we can't bring into our country, Lester. And with a little leadership, you'd get it in here very quickly, and it could be put to use on the inner cities and lots of other things, and it would be beautiful. But we have no leadership. And honestly, that starts with Secretary Clinton.
Oh, that's a claim. So, because we have no leadership in the office right now, it's Secretary Clinton's fault.
Yeah, I don't really know where he was going with it. Secretary Clinton's job now to do it, but
He was trying to bring it back around to dog on Clinton.
yeah, I mean, I get what he's doing, but this time it had no basis of real.
Yeah, it's the kind of bullshit that I hate in presidential debates, where you have to defend your own claim. To defend your own claim is not enough. You have to shit on your opponent in every other sentence.
Yeah.
So
anyway.
All right, you have 2 minutes on the same question to defend tax increases on the wealthiest Americans, Secretary Clinton.
I have a feeling that by the end of this evening, I'm going to be blamed for everything that's ever happened.
Why not?
Why not? Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Join the debate by saying more crazy things. Now, let me say,
Hey, there's nothing crazy about not letting our companies
She has 2 minutes, Mr. Trump, if you wouldn't mind.
bring their money back into their country.
This is Secretary Clinton's 2 minutes,
Yes.
please.
Yeah, well, let's start the clock again, Lester. We've looked at your tax proposals. I don't see changes in the corporate tax rates or the kinds of proposals you're referring to that would cause the repatriation, bringing back of money that's stranded overseas. I happen to
Then you didn't
support
read
that.
it.
I happen to support that in a way that will actually work to our benefit. But when I look at what you have proposed, you have what is called now the Trump loophole, because it would so advantage you and the business you do. You've proposed an approach that has a $4 billion tax benefit for your family. And when you look at
What are they referring to here? I'm confused.
They're referring to Trump's written policies on his tax cuts.
Yeah, but what exactly? Because she called the Trump loophole and
I
then
have
didn't
no idea
explain
what that is. Yeah.
Is.
Exactly. I have no idea.
what
How much-
you are
how much for my
proposing,
family?
it is,
Lester, how much?
as I said, trumped up trickle down. Trickle down did not work. It got us into the mess we were in 2008 and 9. Slashing taxes on the wealthy hasn't worked, and a lot of really smart, wealthy people know that. And they are saying, hey, we need to do more to make the contributions we should be making to rebuild the middle class. I don't think top-down works in America. I think building the middle class, investing in the middle class, making college debt-free so more young people can get their education, helping people refinance their their debt from college at a lower rate. Those are the kinds of things that will really boost the economy. Broad-based, inclusive growth is what we need in America, not more advantages for people at the very top.
Mr. Trump,
typical politician, all talk, no action.
Okay, so it looks like we're going to launch into another ad hominem here. But, I want to address refinancing colleges, college education, that kind of thing. I don't... Something seems off about that, because if you... It depends on what... you know, I'm going to think on this, because I'm going to add it to my list of closing statements, because this is something that I have to think on for a minute. But if you refinance colleges at lower rates...
Well, they just lose their money, and they won't be able to have colleges anymore, which is...
Well, no. If you, so, they're talking about loans specifically. So they've already... This is going to detriment loan companies and the federal government because they have federal student loans.
Well, sure, but she's trying to do this in addition to making college debt-free.
Well, yeah, but if you... So, I'm just considering your statement there.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Sounds good, doesn't work, never going to happen. Our country is suffering because people like Secretary Clinton have made such bad decisions in terms of our jobs and in terms of what's going on. Now, look, we have the worst revival of an economy since the Great Depression. And believe me, we're in a bubble right now. And the only thing that looks good is the stock market. But if you raise interest rates even a little bit, that's going to come crashing down. We are in a big, fat, ugly bubble. And we better be awfully careful. And we have a Fed that's doing political things. This Janet Yellen of the Fed. The Fed is doing political by keeping the interest rates at this level. And believe me, the day Obama goes off and he leaves and he goes out to the golf course for the rest of his life to play golf, when they raise interest rates, you're going to see some very bad things happen because the Fed is not doing their job. The Fed is being more political than Secretary Clinton.
Mr. Trump, we're talking about the burden that Americans have to pay, yet you have not released your tax returns. And the reason nominees have...
Wait, no, he already got his 2 minutes, my bad. Yeah. Sorry. Wait, he gets his 2 minutes. No, I forgot he already spoke.
Have released their returns for decades so that voters will know if their potential president owes money to, who owes it to, and any business conflicts. Don't Americans have a right to know if there are any conflicts of interest?
I don't mind releasing. I'm under a routine audit, and it'll be released. And as soon as the audit's finished, it'll be released.
Did he ever release that? I honestly don't remember.
I'm 90% certain he didn't, but I'm going to look it up. It did.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ever release his, what was it, tax returns?
Yeah, something like that.
In May 2016, he stated that he did not plan to release it, and they were never released. He just said that it's none of our business. Which, I mean, if he's going to be a president, I don't really see how his tax returns matter, because a business is going to be a business, and, I mean, businesses are shady, so, I don't know. I don't see how it really relates.
I don't think you can. I don't think you can get that big without doing some shady shit.
Exactly. I mean, that's just the world we live in. But I mean, if he's going to be doing this for the government, that's a good thing for the government. I would say personally. I guess. I don't know. Anyway,
I'm also curious as to. I guess we are moving on to the next topic here, but I'm curious as to what political leanings Mr. Holt has.
Well, his questions are Democratic, I'm pretty sure. If I remember right, he's on the Democratic. It was Lester Holt.
See, that's what I thought. Considering, so if you pay attention to the diction that he used,
I was wrong. He's Republican.
Oh, that's odd. I was wrong too. It seems like the things that you would add.
As a Republican.
Why do you register as Republican? Just it just the things he's saying and the way he's saying them makes me think he's anti-Trump. But that may also be me reading into it too much.
Anyway.
Yeah. Oh, I can't press space. Hold up. There it goes.
You will learn more about Donald Trump by going down to the federal elections where I filed a 104-page, essentially financial statement of sorts, the forms that they have. It shows income. In fact, the income, I just looked today, the income is filed at $694 million for this past year. $694 million. If you would have told me I was going to make that 15 or 20 years ago, I would have been very surprised. But that's the kind of thinking that our country needs. When we...
Okay. What does that have to do with the question?
Yeah, I don't think any of this has anything to do with the
I feel like
presidency.
I feel like I know how they prepare for this. They have a series of statements that they want to make at some point. So they'll just interject them wherever it is tangentially like relevant, and then they will move on. So that's where these debates go off the rails, is that they have things to say and don't care where they say them.
Yep.
We have a country that's doing so bad,
It's upsetting.
that's being ripped off by every single country in the world. It's the kind of
Madagascar?
thinking that our country needs, because everybody, Lester, we have a trade deficit with all of the countries that we do business with of almost $800 billion a year. You know what that is? That means who's negotiating these trade deals? We have people that are political hacks negotiating our trade deals.
The IRS has an audit of your taxes.
Oh, right. We're talking about his taxes.
Your taxes during an audit. And so the question, does the public's right to know outweigh your personal...
Well, I told you, I will release them as soon as the audit. Look, I've been under audit almost for 15 years. I know a lot of wealthy people that have never been audited. I said, do you get audited? I get audited almost every year. And in a way, I should be complaining. I'm not even complaining. I don't mind it. It's almost become a way of life. I get audited by the IRS, but other people don't. I will say this. We have a situation in this country that has to be taken care of. I will release my tax returns against my lawyer's wishes when she releases her 33,000 emails that have been deleted. As soon as she releases them, I will...
They said don't clap. Don't clap, audience. Don't be that
That's
audience.
a very clappable moment, though. I would say.
I feel like because I'm doing something shitty. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that.
Well, morally, maybe
I'm
it's
allowed
wrong,
to do. I'm allowed to do shitty things because they're doing shitty things. Is what he said.
It might be morally wrong, but it's like a very good climax.
It's not. She's doing it too.
Wow.
Mom said it's my turn on the Xbox. Like it just feels like a.
Well, he didn't
argument.
state it like that, though. But anyway.
I know, but it's.
Anyway.
my tax returns, and that's against my lawyers. They say don't do it. I will tell you this. No, in fact, watching.
Stop smiling.
Reading the papers. Almost every lawyer says you don't release your returns until the audit's complete. When the audit's complete, I'll do it. But I would go against them if she releases her email.
So it's negotiable?
It's not negotiable. No, let her release the email. Why did she delete 33,000?
Well, I'll let her ask that, but let me just admonish the...
I deleted 1,500 emails the other day just because I never pay attention to my inbox.
Not the same thing, man. Not the same thing.
What do you mean? It's the exact same thing. You deleted emails, I deleted emails. It's the same thing. It's the same.
Admonish the audience one more time. There was an agreement. We did ask you to be silent, so it would be helpful for us. Secretary Clinton.
Well, I think you've just seen another example of bait and switch here.
Please explain.
For 40 years, everyone running for president has released their tax returns. You can go and see nearly, I think, 39, 40 years of our tax returns, but everyone has done it. We know the IRS has made clear.
I wonder where that started.
I have no idea.
Like, why is that a thing? Yeah, not only did I not know that was a thing until this election, I also don't know what information or what information I personally could pull from a tax return because I don't think
if they're cheating money from the government.
Yeah, but I don't know how I would figure that out. I wouldn't know what that looks like.
I guess.
Are you kidding me? I'm not an accountant. Like, I would have to have someone interpret that for me. Honestly, don't know. So like it's just odd. It's an odd thing to me. It's another list of odd things that Americans do.
Yeah.
There's no prohibition on releasing it when you're under audit. So you've got to ask yourself, why won't he release his tax returns? And I think there may be a couple of reasons. First, maybe he's not as rich as he says he is. Second,
I doubt that one.
Second, maybe he's not as charitable as he claims to be.
Also, charities are a tax cut, so why would you not be?
Yeah, exactly.
Third, we don't know all of his business dealings, but we have been told through investigative reporting that he owes about $650 million to Wall Street and foreign banks. Or maybe he doesn't want the
Donald Trump looks like a turtle.
American people, all of you watching tonight, to know that he's paid nothing in federal taxes, because the only years that anybody's ever seen were a couple of years when he had to turn them over to state authorities when he was trying to get a casino license, and they showed he didn't pay any federal income tax. So
That makes
if
me
he's
smart.
paid zero, that means zero for troops, zero for...
Okay, don't make this a moral thing. Once again, it's business autonomy.
Yeah, it's business. It has nothing to do with what he's going to do as a president, except to help out the government.
No, as a president, he's not going to fix those things, but neither are you.
Yeah, that too.
Like, this is, if a government lets you do this, and then this is another issue, is that we have people that are rich and powerful off of things like this, where, you know, you have the ability to just not pay taxes if you do the right things.
Yeah.
If you have the people who take advantage of those loopholes running for president, then you're not going to get rid of those loopholes. They're just going to stay there.
Mm-hmm.
So I just, but you have to be rich and of some authority to run for office because of the amount
so
of
expensive.
advertising.
Yeah.
It's so expensive.
Mm-hmm.
And there's so much bullshit involved.
Mm-hmm. And I would like to, if people don't know, point out that Trump paid for his whole campaigning entirely by himself. He didn't take a penny from the Republican National Committee.
Well, yeah, because he can. But still, it's off of things like that.
Yeah.
And that's not a moral thing. It's just my my view on how bullshit our elections can be.
Yeah.
Because we have, you know, people who take advantage of those things like that. And like I said, you can't be a business that large without doing something shitty.
Yeah.
Just how it goes.
That's zero for schools or health. And I think probably he's not all that enthusiastic about having the rest of our country see what the real reasons are, because it must be something really important, even terrible, that he's trying to hide. And the financial disclosure statement, they don't give you the tax rate. They don't give you all the details that tax returns would. And it just seems to me that this is something that the American people deserve to see, and I have no reason to believe that he's ever going to release his tax returns, because there's something he's hiding.
Okay. So now that you've defended your claim, defended your claim, I need a counter against his email proposition. Ready for it not to happen? I bet it's not going to happen.
And we'll guess. We'll keep guessing at what it might be that he's hiding. But I think the question is, were he...
They're both hiding their hands behind their backs, trying to be sneaky and being like, no, you're hiding something. No, you're hiding something. Come on. Stop.
Were he ever to get near the White House, what would be those conflicts? Who does he owe money to? Well, he owes you the answers to that, and he should...
Okay, so because he owes the government, he owes the common people. I don't back that claim, because the government's let's just say the government services don't affect every person in the U.S. They're not often. I don't know. It's just hard to say that every bit of money that the government has is for the American people. It should be, but it's not.
Them.
He also raised the issue of your emails. Do you want to respond to that?
I do.
Thank you.
You know, I made a mistake using a private email.
That's for sure.
And if I had to do it over again, I would obviously do it differently. But I'm not going to make any excuses.
I definitely hide it a lot better.
I take responsibility for that.
Mr. Trump?
That was more than a mistake.
Also, I take responsibility for that. So specifically to that she's talking about, I'm going to misdirect and actually talk about something she's not saying right now, but there's a whole lot more to taking responsibility for your actions than saying I made a mistake.
Yeah, it's also like saying, what were the emails about, first off.
That's not going to happen.
Yeah.
I don't think that's happened yet.
Nope.
But you also have to consider that the fact claiming that you've taken responsibility for a mistake that you haven't done is shitty. There you go.
Yeah.
You can't be the better person without being the better person.
Yeah.
That was done purposely. Okay, that was not a mistake. That was done purposely. When you have
Mistakes don't have to be accidental actions. They are even. Once again, I am a firm believer that you're allowed to change your mind. But she hasn't guaranteed that. But
yeah,
it's dumb.
your staff taking the Fifth Amendment, taking the Fifth, so they're not prosecuted. When you have the man that set up the illegal server taking the Fifth, I think it's disgraceful. And believe me, this country thinks it's disgraceful. It really thinks it's disgraceful also. As far as my tax returns, you don't learn that much from tax returns, that I can tell you. You learn a lot from financial disclosure. And you should go down and take a look at that. The other thing.
Okay, so here we go again. Making claims, no backup on both sides.
Yep.
You don't learn that much from what did they call it?
They just said the opposite of each other.
They literally just made opposite claims and then left it.
Yep.
Can you please explain?
I'm extremely underleveraged. The report that said 650, which, by the way, a lot of friends of mine that know my business said, boy, that's really not a lot of money. It's not a lot of money relative to what I had. The buildings that were in question, they said in the same report, which was actually, it wasn't even a bad story, to be honest with you, but the buildings are worth $3.9 billion. And the 650 isn't even on that, but it's not 650. It's much less than that. But I could give you a list of banks. I would, if that would help you, I would give you a list of banks. These are very fine institutions, very fine banks. I could do that very quickly. I am very underleveraged. I have a great company. I have a tremendous income.
Wait, what is this in response to?
I don't even know anymore.
What is the question?
I mean, the original question was, why aren't you releasing your tax return? So.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, right. And then Hillary Clinton was like, oh yeah, I bet you're super in debt and not that rich. Seems like a really weird claim to make.
Yeah, this whole conversation is stupid, honestly.
Are you gonna be president without being rich?
And the reason I say that is not in a braggadocious way. It's because...
Love that word.
It's about time that this country had somebody running it that has an idea about money. When we have $20 trillion in debt and our country's a mess. You know, it's one thing to have $20 trillion in debt and our roads are good and our bridges are good and everything's in great shape. Our airports are like from a third world country. You land at LaGuardia, you land at Kennedy, you land at LAX, you land at Newark, and you come in from Dubai and Qatar and you see these incredible...
What are we responding to?
Incredible airports. And you land... We've become a third world country. So,
because our airports are bad.
This has happened. We owe $20 trillion and we're a mess. We haven't even started. And we've spent $6 trillion in the Middle East, according to a report that I just saw, whether it's 6 or 5, but it looks like it's 6. $6 trillion in the Middle East. We could have rebuilt our country.
On the source of, I read it recently in an article.
Yeah.
Your site just a little better there. If you're gonna claim that you have a source, at least give me a little more than this article that I read.
Twice, and it's really a shame. And it's politicians like Secretary Clinton that have caused this problem. Our country has tremendous problems. We're a debtor nation. We're a serious debtor nation, and we have a country that needs new roads, new tunnels, new bridges, new airports, new schools, new hospitals. And we don't have the money because it's been squandered on so many of your ideas.
Let you
and
respond,
maybe
and we'll
because you haven't paid any federal income tax for a lot of years.
Okay, both of those claims are wrong. So, one person not paying federal income tax, even if it's Donald Trump, is...
Well, I do understand her point on that part, because she's not saying the one person, but the one person using loopholes that are there, so she's not talking about, like, all of them. But...
It's the fact that you can, not the fact that they are.
Yeah, but the main thing is that, like, that's not what's in question here. Like, it's the policies... Well, it's the policies that the government's putting in place that's in question, not is the wealthy paying their taxes or not. I mean,
obviously not. Like, that's how they got wealthy.
Well, sure.
So, I already forgot what Trump said. Trump said something that was equally as just make a claim and call it good. I got distracted there and forgot the quote. Might back it up a little bit. Hold up.
And we don't have the money because it's been squandered.
Right, because Secretary Clinton. Right, so it's Clinton's fault that we don't have money right now, is the other claim.
Yeah.
On so many of your ideas.
Let you
And
respond
maybe
and we'll move to our
because
next.
you haven't paid any federal income tax for a lot of years. And the other thing I think is important.
It would be squandered too, believe me.
If your main claim to be president of the United States is your business, then I think we should talk about that. You know, your campaign manager said that you built a lot of businesses on the backs of little guys. And
Yes, that's how you build large business.
people who were stiffed by you and your businesses, Donald. I've met dishwashers, painters, architects, glass installers, marble installers, drapery installers, like my dad was, who
You said your dad was a screen printer.
No, she said drapery.
Well, drapery printer via screen printing.
Sure, but, I mean, yeah.
Does she install it?
I get what you're saying. It's probably the whole company.
Either way, she's making
Stupid
claims. She's making claims of, like, look how simple I am. I live the simple life.
Yeah, she's trying to.
Country folk. My dad was, he was the businessman. Entrepreneur family. And then... You can't claim to be a good president based on who your dad was.
Yeah.
Sorry. It's just not... You're not your dad.
refused to pay when they finished the work that you asked them to do. We have an architect in the audience who designed one of your clubhouses at one of your golf courses. It's a beautiful facility. It immediately was put to use, and you wouldn't pay what the man needed to be paid, what he was charging.
Maybe he didn't do a good job, and I was unsatisfied with his work, which our country should do too.
The thousands of people that you have stiffed over the course of your business not deserve some kind of apology from someone who has taken their labor, taken the goods that they produced, and then refused to pay them? I can only say that I'm certainly relieved that my late father never did business with you.
My father. Let's talk about this claim a little bit. So, I need to I feel like I'm not getting the context for this specific claim of the whole golf course thing. And Trump didn't deny it, so there's probably something shady happening. But, well, you know, I guess at that point you have something that's not business autonomy. That's a bit of a moral quandary. Do you... at what point do you consider business autonomy to be morally
reprehensible?
Morally reprehensible, exactly.
Yeah.
So just straight up not paying someone, I doubt that he just didn't pay anything.
Yeah,
but
you can't do that. Like, that's not something
that's
you can
just, yeah, that's just, yeah. I don't know. I need full context. Citation needed on that one.
With you. He provided a good middle-class life for us, but the people he worked for, he expected the bargain to be kept on both sides. And when we talk about your business, you've taken business bankruptcy 6 times. There are a lot of great business people that have never taken bankruptcy once. You call yourself the king of debt. You talk about leverage. You even at one time suggested that you would try to negotiate down the national debt of the United States. Well, sometimes there's not a direct transfer of skills from business to government, but
right. I'd like a time frame specifically on those bankruptcy claims. Specifically because you run into the issue of, is this a lessons learned type situation, or is this...
No, she's just wrong in this case, because filing bankruptcy is a business move. It's not, I did something wrong, ooh, I'm going to file bankruptcy and start over. It's a legitimate business move that gets you more money in the long run. So she's just stupid.
Right. But let's play devil's advocate a little bit here, and specifically argue against the devil's advocate. So there are instances where businesses file bankruptcy because they have to.
Oh, sure. But then they don't ever start a business again because they're bankrupt.
Right. Because they're bankrupt. But let's say you did that and then got off the ground again. And start a new business. Those would be pretty early in your career if you do that, right?
Yeah. If that
I'd imagine.
happened, yeah.
That's my prediction. I'd have to get the actual source on that and see like what the time frame is for that. But so those are our two situations presented.
To be
either
fair,
straight business move.
To be fair, it could not be early in the business, because you could, just for example, let's just say you start a smartphone business. It's really good for 20 years, and then boom, all of a sudden it just goes bankrupt because of I don't know, poor management or something like that. Not from you, but like your workers, and it just for whatever reason went bankrupt. But you were a good businessman, so you start up your own new business, something else, and then keep on going. So I could see that going bankrupt without having it be at the beginning of your career.
Okay, so let's put it this way: there's a lot more variables behind bankrupt in business than being bad at business.
sometimes what happened in business would be really bad for government.
Let's let Mr.
And
Trump
we need
I
to
think
be very
I do think
clear
it's time.
about that.
Look, it's all words. It's all sound bites. I built an unbelievable company. Some of the greatest assets anywhere in the world, real estate assets anywhere in the world, beyond the United States, in Europe, lots of different places. It's an unbelievable company. But on occasion, 4 times, we used certain laws that are there. And when Secretary Clinton talks about people that didn't get paid, first of all, they did get paid a lot, but taking advantage of the laws of the nation. Now, if you want to change the laws, you've been there a long time, change the laws. But I take advantage of the laws of the nation.
Business autonomy.
I'm running a company. My obligation right now is to do well for myself, my family, my employees, for my companies. And that's what I do. But what she doesn't say is the tens of thousands of people that are unbelievably happy and that love me. I'll give you an example. We're just opening up on Pennsylvania Avenue, right next to the White House. So if I don't get there one way, I'm going to get to Pennsylvania Avenue. But we're opening the old post office. Under budget, ahead of schedule, saved tremendous money. I'm a year ahead of schedule. And that's what this country should be doing. We build roads and they cost 2 and 3 and 4 times what they're supposed to cost. We buy products for our military and they come in at costs that are so far above what they were supposed to be because we don't have people that know what they're doing. When we look at the budget is bad to a large extent because we have people that have no idea as to what to do and how to buy. The Trump International is way under budget and way ahead of schedule, and we should be able to do that for our country.
We're well behind schedule, so I want to we move into our next segment talking about...
Oh, come on, audience. You don't even get a chuckle out of that? Come on. That was a good joke.
Let's start by talking about race. The share of Americans who say race relations are bad in this country is the highest it's been in decades, much of it amplified by shootings of African Americans by police, as we've seen recently in Charlotte and Tulsa. Race has been a big issue in this campaign, and one of you is going to have to bridge a very wide and bitter gap. So how do you heal the divide? Secretary Clinton, you get 2 minutes on this.
Well, you're right.
Interesting.
Race remains a significant...
She's not smiling now, is she? That's weird. So weird to see her not with that stupid plastic grin.
Significant challenge in our country. Unfortunately, race still determines too much, often determines where people live, determines what kind of education in their public schools they can get, and yes, it determines how they're treated in the criminal justice system. We've just seen the...
Okay. So this is something that we've talked about in our Ben Shapiro video. Let me back up just a little bit in my head. So, race determines where you live is an interesting one. I feel like that's a cultural
Well, I
thing.
don't think she means like physical place you live, but like how, like what class you live in, middle class, upper class, or lower class. I think that's what she meant.
Oh, well, she could have been a little more clear on that.
Could have, but I mean, yeah.
Yeah, whatever. We'll move on, and I don't know. This is I'm nitpicking at this one.
two tragic examples in both Tulsa and Charlotte. And we've got to do several things at the same time. We have to restore trust between communities and the police. We have to work to make sure that our police are using the best training, the best techniques, that they're well prepared to use force only when necessary. Everyone should be respected by the law, and everyone should respect the law. Right now, that's not the case in a lot of our neighborhoods. So I have, ever since the first day of my campaign, called for criminal justice reform. I've laid out a platform that I think would begin to remedy some of the problems we have in the criminal justice system. But we also have to recognize, in addition to the challenges that we face with policing, there are so many good, brave police officers who equally want reform. So we have to bring communities together in order to begin working on that as a mutual goal. And we've got to get guns out of the hands of people who should not have them.
Okay, so here's my biggest issue when you call for reform from the office of the president in anything but economy, anything that doesn't have numbers associated with it, is that you get someone to come up here and say, okay, we'll just put good training and equipment in their hands. I feel like you need a little bit more of a plan than that. You need to, like, evaluate what you need to do a little bit more if you're trying to say that people should vote on you based on your policies for reform in that case. It's you need to tell us what you're going to do, not what you're going to accomplish.
Yeah.
It's just...
The gun epidemic is the leading cause of death of young African American men, more than the next 9 causes put together. So,
gonna look that one up real quick.
Did you know that they have, in Britain, butter knives are illegal? Like, they're so ridiculous with the stuff she's saying that butter knives are illegal. And they still have violence. It's not the cause of weapons, it's the cause of the people trying to commit violence. I don't understand how they don't see that's the problem. And think it's all guns.
I'm trying to find... Oh, there it is. Okay. So, she says gun violence specifically is the leading cause of death for African Americans. I have here a PDF by someone. Let me find out. Let me find what this is called again. I think it was... This is from Contra Costa Health, which is probably an okay source, I think. I don't know. We'll find an article on it that's reputable, but for right now, this is what I've got. Heart disease at 24%, cancer at 23%, stroke at 7.2%, and homicide at 6.6%. Not gun homicide, just homicide.
Well, see if you can find, for the homicide category, what the leading cause, because I think that's what she was referring... It might be what she was referring to.
Let me back this up and get the exact quote.
these together in order to begin working on that as a mutual goal. And we've got to get guns out of the hands of people who should not have them. The gun epidemic is the leading cause of death of young African American men.
Okay, so the gun
I don't know what she
epidemic.
meant.
I think she the gun epidemic.
I mean,
So
I know
we'll
what she
just-
said, but I don't know
We'll
what she
simplify that and just say guns
Yeah.
kill more young African American men. Did she say specifically?
Get guns out of the hands of people who should not have them. The gun epidemic is the leading cause of death of young African American.
Yep, young African American men. So I'd like, well, that's a hard thing to search for, because you have to specify what you mean by young, because there's several different demographics you could be talking about there. Because young being under 18 and young being 24 to 8, or 24 and under is different. That's a pretty big disparity. It's a hard thing to search for, but according to this thing I found, it's not true.
Men, more than the next 9 causes put together. So we have to do 2 things, as I said. We have to restore trust. We have to work with the police. We have to make sure they respect the communities and the communities respect them. And we have to tackle the plague of gun violence, which is...
Wait, also, isn't, like, police laws and that kind of thing specific to the state? Or police training and police, like, regulation? That's state-specific, not necessarily something the president can do.
Well, the president can do it by federally mandating laws, but that's not something currently in place.
Okay. So...
And the only way they would do that is by,
you're-
like, pulling away funding. It's not like, oh, I'm going to force you to train people better. I'm just going to... But what they would really have to do is say, hey, we're no longer going to give you money unless you train them right. And so it would be up to the state whether or not they actually do it. Even still.
Yeah, it's an odd thing to ask the president to do, specifically.
Yeah.
Granted, the president is a really... It's a
Powerful.
pretty big face
Yeah.
for the United States. So, they have some sway, for sure. But to say that they're the person who should solve this issue is... I'd like to
Ridiculous.
think maybe a little incorrect, you know?
violence, which is a big contributor to a lot of the problems that we're seeing today.
All right, Mr. Trump, you have 2 minutes. How do you heal the divide?
Well, first of all, Secretary Clinton doesn't want to use a couple of words, and that's law and order. And we need law and order. If we don't have it, we're not going to have a country. And when I look at what's going on in Charlotte, a city I love, a city where I have investments, when I look at what's going on throughout various parts of our country, whether it's, I mean, I can just keep naming them all day long. We need law and order in our country. And I just got today, as you know, the endorsement of the Fraternal Order of Police. We just came in. We have endorsements from, I think, almost every police group, a large percentage of them in the United States. We have a situation where we have our inner cities, African Americans, Hispanics, are living in hell because it's so dangerous. You walk down the street, you get shot. In Chicago, they've had thousands of shootings, thousands, since January 1st. Thousands of shootings. And I'm saying, where is this? Is this a war-torn country? What are we doing?
What's funny is that is not hyperbole.
Hey, did you know? Okay, so I live near Little Rock in Arkansas. And did you know that
Yeah.
Little Rock has a higher danger rate than Chicago does?
How do you determine that?
Like, higher gun death, I think, is the statistic or something like that. But, like, you know, everyone always says, ooh, Chicago gun deaths are, like, everybody's shooting everybody. Little Rock has, like, way worse. We're the number one.
Ooh, I might have to... I don't want to bog down
Yeah.
much more, but I'd need a citation on that one, because Chicago's pretty bad.
Yeah. And it shocked me to find that out, too. I was like, what?
And is that percentage-based, or is that, like, per capita, or is it...
I think it's percentage-based.
Yeah, okay, that explains it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Little Rock is smaller than Chicago.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Hot takes only here.
And we have to stop the violence. We have to bring back law and order in a place like Chicago where thousands of people have been killed, thousands over the last number of years. In fact, almost 4,000 have been killed since Barack Obama became president. Almost 4,000 people in Chicago have been killed. We have to bring back law and order. Now, whether or not in a place like Chicago you do stop and frisk, which worked very well, Mayor Giuliani is here, it worked very well in New York, it brought the crime rate way down. But you take the gun away from criminals that shouldn't be having it. We have gangs roaming the street, and in many cases, they're illegally here, illegal immigrants, and they have guns, and they shoot people. And we have to be very strong, and we have to be very vigilant. We have to know what we're doing. Right now, our police, in many cases, are afraid to do anything. We have to protect our inner cities because African-American communities are being decimated by crime.
Your 2 minutes is expired.
Okay, so we run into the issue again. This standard presidential debate issue. You say we need to bring law and order to Chicago. Law and order to our inner cities. Alright, what's your plan? We need to bring law and order.
Yeah, there's that issue, but there's also, both of them are on the same side on this one. They just probably have different views of how they want to put in that law and order. I'm very surprised that neither of them are trying to bring up the fact that we have gun laws. The only people that legally have guns are people that have been vetted and background checked and that kind of stuff. So the problem isn't, hey, let's get guns out of the hands of people. It's let us try to figure out maybe even a way to get, like, not make it as easy to get illegal guns, but even still, it's illegal. So we have laws in place that do what they're trying to say.
It's not the president's job.
Yeah, we already have that foundation in place. So I don't see what the point of this argument is.
It might be in the hands of the president, depending on how you handle it, because this
might be, but
this is a problem of enforcement instead of actual laws.
Yeah, exactly.
So, does the president influence enforcement? Yes, but not.
It can.
Not to the extent that we would need.
Yeah.
This is on local enforcement.
Yeah.
I would say. So to say that it's the president's job to fix this in general is not exactly correct. And I had another point on that claim specifically, but I forgot what it was. So we're moving on.
But I do want to follow up. Stop and frisk was ruled unconstitutional in New York because it largely singled out black and Hispanic young men.
No, you're wrong. It went before a judge who was a very against police judge. It was taken away from her, and our new mayor, refused to go forward with the case. They would have won an appeal. If you look at it, throughout the country, there are many places where
the argument is that it's a form of racial profiling.
No, the argument is that we have to take the guns away from these people that have them and that are bad people.
I don't know anything about stop and frisk.
I'm pretty sure it's just if you think someone might be a threat, like as a policeman, you're able to stop them despite having probable cause, and then frisk them to see if they have a weapon. And I could understand, like, how you could perceive that as a racial issue, because most people are going to perceive the dangerous people as other races than what they currently are.
I wouldn't say most people. That's
well, in practice, that's what. Well, no. The thing is, in practice, that's what happened. That's why they were trying to say it's unconstitutional. But the actual, like stop and frisk thing itself is not racist at all. It's just not. It's the way that people. It's the way that racist people used it. So it's not technically unconstitutional. It's just the way that it played out in reality happened to end out racism.
Either way, not technically unconstitutional is a hard platform to stand on.
Yeah.
And have them. These are felons. These are people that are bad people that shouldn't be. When you have 3,000 shootings in Chicago, from January 1st. When you have 4,000 people killed in Chicago by guns from the beginning of the presidency of Barack Obama, his hometown, you have to have stop and frisk. You need more police.
I thought Obama was Hawaiian.
He was born in Hawaii.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Police. You need a better community, relation. You don't have good community relations in Chicago. It's terrible. I have property there. It's terrible what's going on in Chicago. But when you look, and Chicago's not the only, you go to Ferguson, you go to so many different places. You need better relationships. I agree with Secretary Clinton on this. You need better relationships between the communities and the police, because in some cases it's not good. But you look at Dallas, where the
That's not on the president.
relationships were really studied. The relationships were really a beautiful thing. And then 5 police officers were killed one night very violently. So there's some bad things going on, some really bad things.
Secretary Clinton,
But we
go ahead.
need, Lester, we need law and order. And we need law and order in the inner cities, because the people that are most affected by what's happening are African American and Hispanic people. And it's very unfair to them what our politicians are allowing to happen.
Secretary Clinton.
Well, I've heard Donald say this at his rallies, and it's really unfortunate that he paints such a dire, negative picture of black communities in our country.
Wait, what?
She's just being stupid.
Did,
That's
did,
it.
Did, he didn't say anything bad about the communities.
Well, he
other than
was
the
just
fact
saying that.
that there was poor relations between the communities and police department.
Yeah, her thing is like he's painting a pessimistic view of the U.S. But like, if that's the reality, you have to. You can't just say, "Ooh, with all these gun deaths, that's totally a good thing. I'm gonna just look another way with that."
People
if that's
are dying to
actually
guns
an
before
issue,
people with guns.
yeah. Yeah, she's just stupid. Huh.
No, I don't know if she's stupid, but she's definitely wrong.
Yeah.
You know, the vibrancy of the black.
What was the phrase? If I'm wrong, or if I say something and I'm wrong, I'm not an asshole. I'm just wrong.
Yeah.
Black church, the black businesses that employ so many people, the opportunities that so many families are working to provide for their kids. There's a lot that we should be proud of and we should be supporting and lifting up. But we do always have to make sure we keep people safe. There are the right ways of doing it, and then there are ways that are ineffective. Stop and frisk was found to be unconstitutional, and in part because it was ineffective. It did not do what it.
That's not okay. Wait.
Policing?
Wait a moment. So there's a difference between unconstitutional and ineffective.
Yeah.
Very, very different things.
Like he just said, it was very effective, but like unconstitutional. So anyway,
I don't know if I can't speak to the effectivity or effectiveness. That's the word. Effectivity is not a word. I can't speak to the effectiveness of stop and frisk.
I mean, I could see.
I don't have the statistics in front of me.
Yeah, I can't speak on authority, but I could see why it would be effective. But yeah.
So I'd have to have the numbers in front of me to say whether it was or not. But that is irrelevant. Let me say this. It was very slavery was very cost effective.
Yeah.
You know, there are two separate ideas, two separate qualities.
And in fact, violent crime is 1/2 of what it was in 1991. Property crime is down 40%. We just don't want to see it creep back up. We've had 25 years of very good cooperation, but there were some problems, some unintended consequences.
Okay, hold on. I got
too many young African.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I understand what she's saying, that it used to be worse and now it's not as bad, and we want to keep it that way. But like, if you're going to stand on a platform of, hey, there's things we need to fix in this country to fix violence, then stand on the platform. Don't just say, hey, like, if it's not zero. Yeah, if it's not zero, then it's not good. But if it's I don't even know how to word what I'm saying, but like if you're
There's
not
never between good and better.
yeah, you either stand on the platform and say, hey, I'm going to fight this until it's zero, or you don't stand on the platform and you say, hey, the laws are in place, it's not my job anymore. Don't, like, be in the middle saying, hey, we don't need to fix anything, we just need to keep it the same. No, we need it down to zero. If that's actually an issue, it needs to be zero. But, I don't know. That's my personal opinion, I guess.
No. Don't ruin your argument with the personal opinion thing. That's a good thing to say there. And I had something to say myself, but I forgot what it was.
Okay.
My brain just does not want to retain information today.
American and Latino men ended up in jail for nonviolent offenses, and it's just a fact that if you're a young African American man and you do the same thing as a young white man, you are more likely to be arrested, charged, convicted, and incarcerated.
Okay. We're not saying that's not a thing.
Yeah.
We are saying that we're asking what you're going to do about that.
Exactly.
So we've got to address the systemic racism in our criminal justice system. We cannot just say law and order. We have to say we have to come forward.
Why not?
Yeah, and also, neither of them are answering the question. Like you were just saying, Lester asked, how are you going to fix this? Both of them are saying, hey, there's a problem. Lester said in the question that there's a problem. So unless they're going to argue that there's not a problem, argue how you're going to fix it. How, like,
Right.
that's stupid.
Answer the question.
Yeah.
Also, Trump tried to.
Yeah,
It's
he did
just-
say a couple
he
things.
just
But...
said law. So let's. I want to take a moment to argue both sides here. So just saying law and order is kind of basic and stupid because there's a lot more complexities
specific.
to the situation. Yeah, but I also really like the idea of just law and order being unbiased against anything. Literally just looking at the situation of crime and having no other views on it other than what happened in reference to like actual, we'll say violent crime, for example. Yeah,
like,
it's
I'm
just,
sorry it sounds a little bit racist, but like, if there's more black people committing crimes, then more black people should be in prisons.
That would be a cultural thing, and not a race thing. And
you'd
then we'd have
address
another
other
issue.
issues, yeah.
Then we have another issue with the wage. For example, the wage gap.
Yeah,
it's
how like what Planned Parenthood kind of things would be ways to combat that, but that's not in the slightest what they're trying to talk about.
Nope, they're not even. They're surface level.
Yeah.
With a plan that is going to divert people from the criminal justice system, deal with mandatory minimum sentences, which have put too many people away for too long for doing too little. We need to have more second chance programs. I'm glad that we're ending private prisons in the federal system. I want to see them ended in the state system. You shouldn't have a profit motivation to fill prison cells with young Americans. So there are some positive ways.
I agree.
Yeah.
Partially.
On that specific statement of the privatizing.
Well, let me break down why I say partially. Because your privatized prisons, having a monetary reason to put people in jail. There are two separate systems, or two separate, we'll call it systems, involving incarceration. There's the actual imprisonment, and then there is also getting someone into prison. And that second part, is not monetized. They are not paid based on how many people they put in jail.
Well, but if you're a company, you have a lot of influence because you have money, so you're going to be less motivated to try to reduce crime overall. So that way there's more people eventually getting into prison.
What influence do you, as a company who runs a prison, do you have on new offenders? Now, repeat offenders, that's a whole different story.
Well, see, like, this isn't going to be a very good example, but like, people in power, in general, they have influence over what laws are made, what actions happen in the world, what other people do, essentially. Like, that's, I mean, they just have influence. So if you're getting money to put people in prison, like, or based on the number of people that are in prison, you as a company are going to support, or are going to be absent of supporting laws that put people, like, out of prison. And indirectly, they're purposefully making more people go in prison.
I see where that happens. It's just that is not the main motivation for putting more people in jail, especially based on race. So
Well, definitely not based on race, but
right, despite what this question is looking for.
Yeah.
Anyway,
can work on this, and I believe strongly that common sense gun safety measures would assist us right now. And this is something Donald has supported along with the gun lobby. Right now, we've got too many military style weapons on the streets. In a lot of places, our police are outgunned. We need comprehensive background checks, and we
have those already.
We have.
Yeah.
To keep guns
Nope.
out of the hands of those who will do harm, and we need to pass a prohibition on anyone who's on the terrorist watch list from being able to buy a gun in our country. If you're too dangerous to fly.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's part of the background check.
You can't buy a gun if you are on the terrorist watch list. That's already a thing.
You can't buy a gun if you.
You've been in prison.
You are.
If you can't vote, you can't buy a gun.
Like I have a grandfather who had a pretty significant incident involving a DUI that now can't buy any guns.
Yeah.
So
I don't know what she's talking about.
yeah, I think she's just unaware.
Saying things that she thinks people are gonna like.
Well, no. Okay, so let me rephrase that. She's not ignorant of gun laws. She is very hyper aware of what people want to hear, or what her people want to hear, what she wants people to want to hear.
See, the problem here, we've been talking a lot about what they've been saying, but since this whole thing was supposed to be about the debate tactics itself, her as a debating person should not be pandering to her own audience. They're already on her side. She needs to be trying to sway the other side, and that's what she's lacking here. She's not actually trying to she's not trying to relate with or communicate to the other side. She's just trying to further the divide between the people that already follow her.
That's a really good point. Yeah.
You are too dangerous to buy a gun. So there are things we can do, and there
are things that we are doing.
Secretary Clinton, last week you said we've got to do everything possible to improve policing, to go right at implicit bias. Do you believe that police are implicitly biased against black people?
Lester, I think implicit bias is a problem for everyone, not just police. I think, unfortunately, too many of us in our great country jump to conclusions about each other.
I think too many of us in our great country think very poorly about the other person.
Yeah, and while that's entirely accurate, first off, like we've been saying, what are you going to do to change that? And second off, just in general, how on earth could you possibly change that? That's not something you can change.
As the president, what the hell?
Like, as a regular state, local, you can't fix that. That's just... You can do things to try and help, but you sure cannot fix it. So
Not even... I'm not even talking about police here, because if you're... I don't know what you could do to weed out racist police officers as a person.
Yeah.
Because it's very hard to find someone who's like, yeah, I'm racist. That's me. I don't like black people. What was I saying? Right. If you ignore the policing aspect completely and just talk about a cultural thing, if implicit racism is applicable to every person, then how the hell are you as any individual person going to fix an entire culture?
Yeah, and I could see tiny
it doesn't matter how much influence you have, you're not going to be able to do that as one person.
Yeah, you're not. And I could see tiny little steps that you can make towards progress, but there's no way you could fix that in a 4-year term.
Fucking way.
No.
Moving on.
Yeah.
And
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
Hey,
I was
did
just
you-
gonna say that since that's not a thing you can do, what they should be talking about are the tiny, tiny little steps that they're gonna make to actually eventually affect it, and they should be explaining why they think that'll affect it in the future.
Yep.
And therefore, I think we need all of us to be asking hard questions about, why am I feeling this way? But when it comes to policing, since it can have literally fatal consequences, I have said in my first budget, we would put money into that budget to help us deal with implicit bias by retraining a lot of our police.
Okay. So, no amount of mandated training is going to make someone not
you
racist.
can't. Police training is like weapons dealing and following the laws. There's nothing in our training that starts off saying, "Hey, you're
Hey, don't be
racist.
racist."
Stop being racist." That's not how that works.
So you would have to find a way to weed out people with
Yeah, and
race.
if we want to talk
in a
about
way
it-
that's unbiased. In a way that's unbiased. Which, first
yeah,
of all,
it's
how?
impossible. But if we do want to talk about how to do that, like legitimately, how you would do
Yeah, go
that is you would have to start very at the top. So you would start with making sure that your advisors are unbiased and unracist. And you'd have to make sure yourself is unbiased and racist. Well, I mean, by looking at their actions, looking at what they say. I mean, by being friends with people, you understand their character and stuff. So you'd have to make sure that you have good relations.
Yeah, but who do you trust to make that decision?
Well, see, exactly. I mean, the point is that, just in general, let's just pretend there's no politics involved. So, you and your best friend, right? You both know each other. You would know if he's racist, or at least to an extent, you would trust.
You would know his biases.
Yeah, you should know their biases at that point. So essentially, what you need to do as the president is make sure your close political advisors around you know them well enough to understand which ones have biases, and then weed out the ones that are biased, and then make sure that they're in charge of doing the same thing, rippling down all the way through to police. It would take forever. It would take 50 years to finally get through it, but that would be the first steps to do so. And that's the only thing I can think of.
How does that affect police?
Well, eventually it would ripple down to making sure the people in charge are able to weed out those kind of people as well. So eventually it would go all the way down.
Yeah, but so it's one thing to say that the president can do that to his advisors, and then they can do it to theirs. But eventually it gets to a point where you get low enough in the chain of command that the person that you're rippling down to does not have the authority to clear his advisors, to remove or displace them anyway.
But also,
so you don't have a way of guaranteeing that every person. My point
is there is no guarantee.
That's a good way of putting it, but it's a utopian way of putting it.
Well, sure. But
it's a utopian ideal.
Yeah, I mean, my main thing was, as long as you're being vigilant with it, and you would also not just be only you. This would be very personal, but you as the top person president, you would do that with your advisors, but you would also make sure you go and check the people below them, periodically, and at least try to make sure that your advisors are making good decisions, and then you have those lower people going down even further to check on everybody. It would be a very constructive system. It would be very time consuming, and it would be very difficult.
I don't think it would work. I don't think that would be effective.
I think it would be effective, but I don't think it would be efficient.
So
I think it's the only way to do it, though.
You get to the point where, let's say you're mid-tier as far as level of authority goes down the chain of command. Person A doesn't or has a feeling that person B advisor is biased, but person B advisor is their friend, and they have some business.
Well, sure, and that's why you have a bunch of people checking.
Right, but
checks
at that point, you can. That's something you can cover up for sure. Easy.
Well, sure, and again, it's not perfect, but I think that's the best step
I think
solution.
that's going to happen way more often than it being effective.
Well, sure, but I think that's the best step solution. And then one other thing that I just thought about is, as a president, this is actually probably something they could do, And actually, I'm going to pull in, I don't remember the exact quote, but from Morgan Freeman. He was interviewed a while back for Black History Month. And
Stop talking about it.
Yeah, exactly. You know what exactly I'm talking about. If you
Yes, it's a
stop,
great quote.
yeah, in general, if you stop talking about how racism affects people, then people don't immediately get that in their head that it is racist. It'll take a long time, like, that racism exists. I mean, kind of. Because, like, you're not born racist. But whenever the media is telling you, oh, hey, these people are racist, then you start getting in your head, oh, hey, maybe they're right, or something.
You install a bias via the media.
Yeah, exactly.
And that is not something the president can affect.
Well, I think the president has a lot of media influence, so they could.
Well, yeah, but it would be
help
just straight
towards
unconstitutional if they were to say, "Hey, stop." You know,
Well,
it's on. You're
extent. I think there are
obstructing
laws.
freedom of press at that point.
To an extent, but there's also some things you could pull in to get around that. I think it would be very technical, and I don't know, educated on it enough to say whether or not it's even slightly possible. But I do think that it's one of the things that these two people should be talking about, like ideas, brainstorming. Even if it's a bad idea, like originally unconstitutional, then at least bring up the idea. Like, hey, these are my ideas. Maybe they're not perfect, but hey, maybe this will spark a new idea in you, or something. That's how a debate should go, I think.
Yeah, well, you also have to consider what they're debating for right now. This is essentially a job interview, and you're not going to say, "Hey." Let's put it this way: it's viewed as a job interview. It should not be.
Yeah, it should not.
The office of the president should be someone who wants to improve the country, and not someone who wants a job. But it's someone who wants a job, so right now let's look at it like that. You know, they're not gonna cooperate like that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. So. Anyway, a complex issue with a complex solution, and they're not providing complex answers.
Correct. Yeah.
Officers. I've met a group of very distinguished, experienced police chiefs a few weeks ago. They admit it's an issue. They've got a lot of concerns. Mental health is one of the biggest concerns because now police are having to handle a lot of really difficult mental health problems on the street. They want support. They want more training. They want more assistance. And I think the federal government could be in a position where we would offer and provide that.
I'd like to respond.
Please.
First of all, I agree, and a lot of people, even within my own party, want to give certain rights to people on watch lists and no-fly lists. I agree with you. When a person is on a watch list or a no-fly list, and I have the endorsement of the NRA, which I'm very proud of. These are very, very good people, and they're protecting the Second Amendment. But I think we have to look very strongly at no-fly lists and watch lists. And when people are on there, even if they shouldn't be on there, we'll help them. We'll help them legally. We'll help them get off.
Yeah.
But I tend to agree with that quite strongly. I do want to bring up the fact that you were the one that brought up the word super predator about young black youth. And that's a term that I think was it's been horribly met, as you know. I think you've apologized for it. But I think it was a terrible thing to say. And when it comes to stop and frisk, you know, you're talking about taking guns away. Well, I'm talking about taking guns away from gangs and people that use them. And I really don't think you disagree with me on this, if you want to know the truth. I think maybe there's a political reason why you can't say it, but I really don't believe in New York City, stop and frisk. We had 2,200 murders, and stop and frisk brought it down to 500 murders. 500 murders is a lot of murders. Hard to believe 500 is like supposed to be good. But we went from 2,200 to 500, and it was continued on by Mayor Bloomberg, and it was terminated by current mayor. But stop and frisk had a tremendous impact on the safety of New York City, tremendous beyond belief. So when you say it has no impact, it really did. It had a very, very big impact.
Well, it's also fair to say, if we're going to talk about mayors, that under the current mayor, crime has continued to drop, including murders. So there is.
You're wrong.
No, I'm not.
Murders are up. All right, you check.
New York has done an excellent job, and I give credit. I give credit across the board, going back to mayors, to police chiefs, because it has worked, and other communities need to come together to do what will work as well. Look, one murder is too many. But it is important that we learn about what has been effective and not go to things that sound good that really did not have the kind of impact that we would want. Who disagrees with keeping neighborhoods?
with your. So, okay, I'm gonna go outside of the debate a little bit.
Okay.
So, I believe that Hillary Clinton is pro gun restriction further than what they've discussed here.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
So to say that, shoot, what did she say? Right. To say that going with something that sounds good, but really isn't, is kind of ironic on her part.
Yeah.
It seems whatever, and that's not really valid because it's not discussed in this debate. So moving on.
Yeah.
But let's also add, no one should disagree about respecting the rights of young men who live in those neighborhoods. And so we need to do a better job of working again with the communities, faith communities, business communities, as well as the police to try to deal with this problem.
This conversation is about race, and so, Mr. Trump, I have to ask you.
But I'd like to just respond, if I might.
Please, 20 seconds.
I'd just like to respond.
Please respond, then I've got to
I will.
follow up.
Look, the African American community has been let down by our politicians. They talk good around election time, like right now, and after the election, they said, "See you later. I'll see you in 4 years." The African American community, look, the community within the inner cities has been so badly treated. They've been abused and used in order to get votes by Democrat politicians, because that's what it is. They've controlled these communities for up to 100 years.
Mr. Trump, let me.
Well,
Unbroken. And I will tell you, you look at the inner cities, and I just left Detroit. And
This is where you cut the microphones. Quit letting them talk.
all over the place. You decided to stay home, and that's okay. But I will tell you, I've been all over, and I've met some of the greatest people I'll ever meet within these communities, and they are very, very upset with what their politicians have told them and what their politicians have done.
Mr. Trump,
I think that
stop.
Donald just criticized me for preparing for this debate. And yes, I did.
No, he didn't.
And you know what else I prepared for? I prepared to be president. And I think that's a good thing.
Mr. Trump,
Don't
for
applaud
5 years,
that. That's
you
the most
perpetuated a
basic
false claim
statement
that the
they've
nation's
made
first
tonight.
black
They've
president
said
was
some
not a
stupid shit.
natural-born citizen. You questioned his legitimacy. In the last couple of weeks, you acknowledged what most Americans have accepted for years: the president was born in the United States. Can you tell us what took you so long?
I'll tell you very well, just very simple to say. Sidney Blumenthal works for the campaign and very close friend of Secretary Clinton, and her campaign manager, Patty Doyle, went to, during the campaign, her campaign against President Obama, fought very hard, and you can go look it up and you can check it out. And if you look at CNN this past week, Patty Solis Doyle was on Wolf Blitzer saying that this happened. Blumenthal sent McClatchy, highly respected reporter at McClatchy, to Kenya to find out about it. They were pressing it very hard. She failed to get the birth certificate. When I got involved, I didn't fail. I got him to give the birth certificate. So I'm satisfied with it, and I'll tell you why I'm satisfied with it.
That was in
because I want to
2011.
get on to defeating ISIS, because I want to get on to creating jobs.
Whoa, okay. So, let's talk about this. So, now, the law that says that the president has to be born in the U.S. is an interesting one.
I mean, it's
because
fair.
There's part of me that says that doesn't fucking matter. Why would you not pull good leadership from anywhere you could find it? But there's another part of me that says, okay, that's a utopian idea, because, you know, you'll get people trying to take the U.S. that aren't from the U.S. So,
Yeah.
still, you know, there's good and bad on either side, but
And I think that actually goes back to times where there was debate about who ruled over what, or like whenever they had kings and queens and stuff, and they used to merge societies and stuff. I think originally when we were founding the U.S., we were like, hey, we don't want to have any problems or issues with them saying, oh, hey, I'm actually from Europe, and since I'm your president, you're now a part of Europe. So, yeah,
Or,
I think
like,
that's where it originated from.
familial-based allies
Yeah.
across borders.
Yep.
Okay.
So you definitely want to make sure you're pulling from your own people. I think that's fair. I don't necessarily think that they should disregard people that are an obvious fit for presidency, but I do think it's a very fair part of the Constitution.
Okay.
Because I want to get on to having a strong border, because I want to get on to things that are very important to me and that are very important to the country.
I'll let you respond. That's important, but I just want to get the answer here. The birth certificate was produced in 2011. You continued to tell the story and question the president's legitimacy in 2012, 13, 14, 15, as recently as January. So the question is, what changed your mind?
Well, nobody was pressing it. Nobody was caring much about it. I figured you'd ask the question tonight, of course, but nobody was caring much about it. But I was the one that got him to produce the birth certificate, and I think I did a good job. Secretary Clinton.
That doesn't answer this question.
The point is that he produced it, and then you still kept going on with it.
Yeah, just please answer the question. Asking.
Or just say, sorry, it's not important, let's move on, which I think is what he tried to do, but he didn't do a good job of it.
Also fought it. I mean, now everybody in mainstream is going to say, oh, that's not true. Look, it's true. Sidney Blumenthal sent a reporter.
I don't give a shit about Sidney Blumenthal.
You just have to take a look at CNN last week, the interview with your former campaign manager, and she was involved. But just like she can't bring back jobs, she can't produce.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to follow up, and I will let you respond to that because if there's a lot there. But we're talking about racial healing in this segment. What do you say to Americans?
Well, it was very. I say nothing. I say nothing because I was able to get him to produce it. He should have produced it a long time before. I say nothing. But let me just tell you, when you talk about healing, I think that I've developed very, very good relationships over the last little while with the African American community. I think you can see that. And I feel that they really wanted me to come to that conclusion, and I think I did a great job and a great service, not only for the country, but even for the president, in getting him to produce his birth certificate.
Secretary Clinton.
Well, just listen to what you heard. And clearly, as Donald just admitted, he knew he was going to stand on this debate stage, and Lester Holt was going to be asking us questions, so he tried to put the whole racist birther lie to bed. But it can't be dismissed that easily. He has really started his political activity based on this racist lie that our first black president was not an American citizen. There was absolutely no evidence for it, but
that wasn't the point. Not that he
definitely
wasn't
not
a citizen, that he wasn't born in America. That was the base. Whether or not that's racist, another question.
Yeah.
But it's just such a weird thing to bring up. I'm just.
he persisted year after year because some of his supporters, people that he was trying to bring into his fold, apparently believed it or wanted to believe it. But remember, Donald started his career back in 1973 being sued by the Justice Department for racial discrimination because he would not rent apartments in one of his developments to African Americans, and he made sure that the people who worked for him understood that was the policy. He actually was sued twice by the Justice Department. So he has a long record of engaging in racist behavior. And the birther lie was a very hurtful one. You know, Barack Obama is a man of great dignity, and I could tell how much it bothered him and annoyed him that this was being touted and used against him. But I like to remember what Michelle Obama said in her amazing speech at our Democratic National Convention. When they go low, we go high. And Barack Obama went.
What?
This has nothing to do with anything. Honestly, this is a stupid, pointless debate.
I do want to bring up the thing about racial discrimination that they were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Is that I haven't done any research into whether or not that ever went anywhere. Did you know anything about that? I honestly am unaware.
About what specific?
The Donald Trump being sued for Racial discrimination.
Oh yeah. No, I have no idea. But I would assume that. I mean, she said he was renting out apartments, right?
The specific claim was he was renting out apartments and made sure that
Yeah,
he
and
wouldn't rent to African American tenants.
Now I could. I mean, it's technically racist business stereotyping, but it's like the numbers show that whenever you have apartments, then a bunch of gang people, which are usually black, show up. So if you, as a business, refuse service to black people, then you're more likely to have white, less likely to be gang members, people, which make your apartment value go up. So I could understand why you would do that as a businessman. It might be racist. It might be stereotypical. It is trashy, morally reprehensible, but that's not what he is at least is saying he's going to do that as a president or anything.
Yeah, that was also.
It has nothing to do with the presidency. It has to do with business and statistics.
Right. So that was. I just think that's. I didn't know about that one.
Yeah, I didn't either. But
it was back in '73.
And I assume if he was sued twice for the same thing, that means the first one didn't stick.
Right.
So I don't know. I don't know.
You'd have to have some method of proving that still applies after what? This is 2016.
Yeah.
So almost 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
People change. It happens.
Yep. Donald Trump's best efforts to bring him down.
Mr. Trump, you can respond, then we're going to move on to the next segment.
I would love to respond. First of all, I got to watch, in preparing for this, some of your debates against Barack Obama. You treated him with terrible disrespect. And I watched the way you talk now about how lovely everything is and how wonderful you are. It doesn't work that way. You were after him. You were trying to. You even sent out, or your campaign sent out, pictures of him in a certain garb. Very famous pictures. I don't think you can deny that. But just last week, your campaign manager said it was true. So when you try to act holier than thou, it really doesn't work. It really doesn't. Now, as far as the lawsuit, yes, when I was very young, I went into my father's company, had a real estate company in Brooklyn and Queens, and we, along with many, many other companies throughout the country, it was a federal lawsuit, were sued. We settled the suit with no admission of guilt. It was very easy to do, but they sued many people. I notice you bring that up a lot, and I also noticed the very nasty commercials that you do on me in so many different ways, which I don't do on you. Maybe I'm trying to save the money, but frankly, I look at that and I say, isn't that amazing? Because I settled that lawsuit.
Hold on, I'm sorry, I have to pause this for a second, but with the way he said that, I don't know if this is what he intended, but he said, maybe I don't want to spend the money. I don't know if he just meant because, like, he wouldn't want to spend the money, or he was double meaning that to say, like, you do it for yourself.
Absolutely, that was a double.
Yeah, that was great though. That was perfect.
Well,
I mean, it was low. It was low, but it was savage.
Well, you got to consider, like, he's also talking about, like, he's the economics guy in this campaign. So if he's saying, like, this is how I'm saving money and I'm still going to beat you in this, like, this is, look how much, these are the little things that you can cut back your spending.
Exactly.
On.
Yeah.
So it's irrelevant to the presidency what you
It was just funny.
Marketing. It was a good statement.
Yeah.
But that was a lawsuit brought against many real estate firms, and it's just one of those things.
Yeah, but how many of those real estate firms are running for presidency right now?
Yeah, but if you're gonna say, I don't know, if you're gonna say that he's the only one that's responsible, then
it also feels like some whataboutism on both parts.
Yeah.
Step further, in Palm Beach, Florida, tough community, a brilliant community, a wealthy community, probably the wealthiest community there is in the world. I opened a club and really got great credit for it. No discrimination against African Americans, against Muslims, against anybody. And it's a tremendous...
I don't like the way he says Muslim. Muslim.
I also don't see what he's trying to say here. I opened a club that's not racist. Well, that's what you should have done in the first place, but...
Well, he said there's no admission of guilt. So, like, he's saying that this lawsuit was unjustified and didn't go through.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah. To say someone is sued versus saying someone was successfully sued are two very different statements.
Oh yeah, definitely. Just like impeached. Same thing. People always confuse that one. You have the impeaching is a process, and then actually being removed from office is the other one.
Right.
So it's the same situation.
Tremendously successful club, and I'm so glad I did it. And I have been given great credit for what I did, and I'm very, very proud of it. And that's the way I feel. That is the true way I feel.
Our next segment is called Securing America. We want to start with a 21st century war happening every day in this country. Our institutions are under cyber attack and our secrets are being stolen. So my question is, who's behind it and how do we fight it? Secretary Clinton, this answer goes to you.
Well, I think cybersecurity, cyber warfare.
Yeah.
There we go. I tried to press space and I accidentally hit a hotkey somewhere and something popped up on the screen. So, to say that they already know who is causing this is kind of an interesting claim, Mr. Holt.
Well, he's asking if they know.
Well,
He's not telling them they know.
He didn't ask them if they knew. He said who is, or they just who is it?
Well, it was an assumed do you know kind of a thing, or who do you think?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. It just seems odd.
He could have worded it better, but I think what he
feel
meant
like
is
that
who do
could
you
have
think?
easily been said how do we stop this? And then
Yeah.
But whatever.
Well, you have to find out who it is to find out how to stop it. To an extent,
For cybersecurity?
Yeah.
I feel like you can blanket cybersecurity. I don't know. I'm not
Well, and then
cybersecurity
smart
major.
people, and then super intelligent people figure out how to get around it, and then you have to get those super intelligent people to tell you what they did in order to fix the problem.
White hat. White hat hacking is really cool. Anyways.
Challenges facing the next president, because clearly we're facing at this point two different kinds of adversaries. There are the independent hacking groups that do it mostly for commercial reasons, to try to steal information that they then can use to make money. But increasingly, we are seeing cyber attacks coming from states, organs of states. The most recent and troubling of these has been Russia. There's no doubt now that Russia has used cyber attacks against all kinds of organizations in our country, and I am deeply concerned about this. I know Donald's very praiseworthy of Vladimir Putin, but Putin is playing a really tough, long game here. And one of the things he's done is to let loose cyber attackers to hack into government files, to hack into personal files, hack into the Democratic National Committee. And we recently have learned that, that this is one of their preferred methods of trying to wreak havoc and collect information. We need to make it very clear, whether it's Russia, China, Iran, or anybody else, the United States has much greater capacity. And we are not going to sit idly by and permit state actors to go after our information, our private sector.
Sorry, Charlie, but most intelligent people are in other nations. That's why we keep stealing them.
Is that true?
Oh yeah, like Albert Einstein, he was German. A lot of the people, specifically from World War I and II, both of them are intelligence people. The people that came up with the atomic bomb, bunch of internet, the founders of the internet and stuff. We stole them over from Germany whenever we beat them. And then same thing from China and stuff. People come to the United States for refuge, but we are originally from the other side of the world. So
I feel like that's correlation and not causation. That one.
To an extent, but also it's I don't know. In our free world that we have here in the US, people are less motivated to be intelligent. So I feel like that's a cultural difference, and that's why it happens more in the other place, because they literally have to be intelligent in order to survive over there, which is not necessarily the best. I don't mean like 100% blanket statement. But
this is something that I'd have to do my research on, and I have. I the hard thing to debate without actually having stuff in front of me. Right. So to say that your hyper intelligent people can't come from the United States,
No, not that they can't, but that most of them don't. Like, we're very good fixers. We take what other people have intelligently crafted and then we make it better.
Okay. If
Usually.
we look at things that are invented outside of war, I feel like that's not true. Because if you look at things from, say, the 1920s, most of those entrepreneurial successes came from, like, New England area, where you have your manufacturing and all that happening. Things.
Yeah, but most of our ideas are stolen from other people, and then we just make it smarter. Make it better, I mean.
I don't think that applies. I'd have to do research, but I feel like that's a really pessimistic way of looking at it.
I don't know. It might just be my viewpoint, but
Maybe.
yeah.
Feel like
I don't know
I'm
facts
wrong,
on it
but
either, so.
That's something to do research in.
Information. And we're going to have to make it clear that we don't want to use the kinds of tools that we have. We don't want to engage in a different kind of warfare, but we will defend the citizens of this country. And the Russians need to understand that. I think they've been treating it as almost a probing. How far would we go? How much would we do? And that's why I was so shocked when Donald publicly invited Putin to hack into Americans. That is just unacceptable.
Run that by me again.
That's a threat, not a hey, let's do it kind of a thing.
Yeah,
I'm pretty
it's
sure.
not an invitation to tea.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons why 50 national security officials who served in Republican information in administration
2 minutes has
have
expired.
said that Donald is unfit to be the commander in chief. It's comments like that that really worry people who understand the threats that we face.
Mr. Trump, you have 2 minutes in the same question. Who's behind it and how do we find
I do
it?
want to say that I was just endorsed, and more are coming next week. It'll be over 200 admirals, many of them are here, admirals and generals endorsed me to lead this country. That just happened, and many more are coming, and I'm very proud of it. In addition, I was just endorsed by ICE. They've never endorsed anybody before on immigration.
ICE.
I was just endorsed
Good
by
thing it's just
ICE.
ICE.
I was just recently endorsed 16,500 Border Patrol agents. So when Secretary Clinton talks about this, I mean, I'll take the admirals and I'll take the generals any day over the political hacks that I see that have led our country so brilliantly over the last 10 years with their knowledge, okay? Because look at the mess that we're in. Look at the mess that we're in. As far as the cyber, I agree to parts of what Secretary Clinton said. We should be better than anybody else, and perhaps we're not. I don't think anybody knows it was Russia that broke into the DNC. She's saying Russia, 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 but maybe it was. I mean, it could be Russia, but it could also be China. It could also be lots of other people. It also could be somebody sitting on their bed that weighs 400 pounds, okay? Broke into DNC. But what did we learn with DNC? We learned that Bernie Sanders was taken advantage of by your people, by Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Look what happened to her. But Bernie Sanders was taken advantage of. That's what we learned. Now, whether that was Russia, whether that was China, whether it was another country, we don't know. Because the truth is, under President Obama, we've lost control of things that we used to have control over. We came in with the internet, we came up with the internet, and I think Secretary Clinton and myself would agree very much when you look at what ISIS is doing with the internet, they're beating us at our own game, ISIS. So we have to get very, very tough on cyber and cyber warfare. It is a huge problem. I have a son, he's 10 years old. He has computers. He is so good with these computers, it's unbelievable. The
He knows how to
security
restart the
aspect
Wi-Fi
of
router.
cyber is very, very tough, and maybe it's hardly doable. But I will say we are not doing the job we should be doing. But that's true throughout our whole governmental society. We have so many things that we have to do better, Lester, and certainly cyber is one of them.
Secretary Clinton?
Well, I think there are a number of issues that we should be addressing. I have put forth a plan to defeat ISIS. It does involve going after them online. I think we need to do much more with our tech companies to prevent ISIS and their operatives from being able to use the internet to radicalize, even direct people in our country and Europe and elsewhere. But we also have to intensify.
Hold on, I gotta pause for a second.
Strikes
Can you?
against
I don't know why every time I hit the pause button, it just keeps playing anyway. But anyway, I just had a thought, and this is almost unrelated to what's being said. But can you imagine if our government went all in on our tech giants and our like wealthy people and like leading intelligence and all that stuff? If the government just went all in on them and made it a profit motive for them to protect the U.S., do you know how good we would be at defeating other countries at their own game?
Yeah, no question.
Like, can you just imagine? That would be cool. I mean, that would be probably not healthy for them because they would have way too much power. But like, if we did that, we would be the top everything everywhere. It was just a thought that popped into my head.
Funny.
ISIS and eventually support our Arab and.
When you're pausing, are you just clicking in the middle of the screen?
Yeah, like pauses for a second and then continues.
Yeah, try using spacebar pause because it work better for me. I've
that's weird.
The same issue that you're.
I didn't know that was.
Partners to be able to actually take out ISIS in Raqqa, end their claim of being a caliphate. We're making progress. Our military is assisting in Iraq, and we're hoping that within the year we'll be able to push ISIS out of Iraq and then, really squeeze them in Syria. But we have to be cognizant of the fact that they've had foreign fighters coming to volunteer for them, foreign money, foreign weapons. So we have to make this the top priority. And I would also do everything possible to take out their leadership. I was involved in a number of efforts to take out al-Qaeda leadership when I was Secretary of State, including, of course, taking out bin Laden. And I think we need to go after Baghdadi as well, make that one of our organizing principles, because we've got to defeat ISIS and we've got to do everything we can to disrupt their propaganda efforts online.
You mentioned ISIS.
Okay. I feel like broken record here. Because it feels like this type of argument is made for every single question that they've been asked so far.
Yeah.
They say, okay, we're going to take out their leadership, and we are going to defeat them. Got it.
Good job, you done it.
Well done.
What are the steps you're gonna take?
ISIS dead.
Yep. They're just gonna call Linda. Remember that meme?
ISIS, and we think of it certainly as over there, but there are American citizens who have been inspired to commit acts of terror on American soil. The latest incident, of course, the bombings we just saw in New York and New Jersey, the knife attack at a mall in Minnesota, and the last year, deadly attacks in San Bernardino and Orlando. I'll ask this to both of you. Tell us specifically how you would prevent homegrown attacks by American citizens, Mr. Trump.
Well, first I have to say one thing, very important. Secretary Clinton is talking about taking out ISIS. We will take out ISIS. Well, President Obama and Secretary Clinton created a vacuum the way they got out of Iraq, because they got out. They shouldn't have been in, but once they got in, the way they got out was a disaster, and ISIS was formed. So she talks about taking them out. She's been doing it a long time. She's been trying to take them out for a long time. But they wouldn't have even been formed if they left some troops behind, like 10,000 or maybe something more than that. And then you wouldn't have had them.
Me, or does Clinton look straight up angry? And not in like...
I know, she looks spaced out to me in this specific frame.
Is it because she's just not smiling? Is that what it is?
I guess, yeah.
Or, as I've been saying for a long time, and I think you'll agree because I said it to you once, had we taken the oil, and we should have taken the oil, ISIS would not have been able to form either, because the oil was their primary source of income. And now they have the oil all over the place, including the oil, a lot of the oil in Libya, which was another one of her disasters.
Secretary Clinton.
Well, I hope the fact checkers are turning up the volume and really working hard. Donald supported the invasion of Iraq.
Wrong.
That is absolutely
wrong.
Proved over and over again.
Wrong.
He actually advocated for the actions we took in Libya and urged that Gaddafi be taken out after actually doing some business with him one time. But the larger point he says this constantly, is George W. Bush made the agreement about when American troops would leave Iraq, not Barack Obama. And the only way that American troops could have stayed in Iraq is to get an agreement from the then Iraqi government that would have protected our troops. And the Iraqi government would not give that. But let's talk about the question you asked.
Hold on.
The question you asked
Just
in the United States.
Okay. So, I get what she's saying. I understand that it was George W. Bush's idea to pull out when he did. But, like, as the new president, he's no longer in power. I get that his words have effect in future. But you can make changes. The
issue would be getting the Iraqi government to.
Well, sure, and this is where my next point comes in. Is as the president of the United States, your interest is in the United States, especially at a time where we're most vulnerable and the rest of the world is getting more powerful. Now, if we were in power and we were still trying to make sure we have great relations with everyone, sure. But we're at a point where we're vulnerable and they're more powerful, so we need to make sure we focus on ourselves. This is one of those times where we focus on ourselves. So as the president in power, say, sorry, it was Iraq. Sorry, Iraq, but we're keeping our people there because we don't want to end up getting shot up later and that kind of stuff. I would pull the leverage card and say, sorry, Charlie, but we're more powerful right now.
You don't want a war with Iraq either.
Well, sure, we don't want a war with them, but we would have to like put our foot down and say, hey, we're trying to prevent any future problems from occurring. And sorry, you don't like it right now, but that's what we're going to do. And if we have to fight you for it, well, we've been helping you or you're fighting whatever we were doing in Iraq, honestly, for these past years. And now we're trying to make sure that we prevent it in the future. So I don't know. I feel like I would pull the card of protecting ourselves for that.
Right.
Whatever. I would put our interest at heart first, as opposed to, hey, I said I'm going to pull out, so let's just pull out and screw everybody over.
I feel like there's a solution in between those two.
There probably
You're
is.
treating it pretty extremely here, and I feel like there is a bureaucratic solution.
There probably is,
right
but I do
conversation at the right time with the right people.
Agreed. Anyway, that was the only statement I had.
It's the most important part of this. How do we prevent attacks? How do we protect our people? And I think we've got to have an intelligence surge where we are looking for every scrap of information. I was so proud of law enforcement in New York, in Minnesota, in New Jersey. You know, they responded so quickly, so professionally to the attacks that.
I also want to talk about that for a second. So the incidents that they're referring to, bombing in New York, bombing in New Jersey, and there was a stabbing in Minnesota.
Yeah.
If that's not the most correct thing I've ever heard. New York and New Jersey, we've got these bombings, then someone got stabbed somewhere in Minnesota.
Sounds about right.
Still bad, but that's kind of funny.
That Tommy, and they brought him down. And we may find out more information is still alive, which may prove to be an intelligence benefit. So we've got to do everything we can to vacuum up intelligence from Europe, from the Middle East. That means we've got to work more closely with our allies. And that's something that Donald has been very dismissive of. We're working with NATO, the longest military alliance in the history of the world, to really turn our attention to terrorism. We're working with our friends in the Middle East, many of which, as you know, are Muslim majority nations. Donald has consistently insulted Muslims abroad, Muslims at home, when we need to be cooperating with Muslim nations and with the American Muslim community. They're on the front lines. They can provide information to us that we might not get anywhere else. They need to have close working cooperation with law enforcement in these communities, not be alienated and pushed away, as some of Donald's rhetoric, unfortunately, has led to.
Mr.
Well, I'd have to respond.
Please respond.
I
have to respond.
I have to.
Like I said, I just got it.
Who's in charge here?
Right. I have one point. This kind of furthers with what I was saying earlier, but I feel like in the situation of cooperating with other countries and stuff, yeah, that's not a bad thing. I don't disagree like with that, but I do feel like at this point in time, we shouldn't be spending our money and our efforts and our time on helping them out. I mean, yes, they help us out too with it, but also with NATO, we're spending a lot of we're investing a lot of just resources into them to help out other countries. Right now, we need to focus on ourselves, get ourselves fixed up, and then we can work on helping them out too.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know.
Also, I need a citation on Trump insulting Muslims. Actually, by that.
I'm sure he has. He says a lot of things that are
He says a lot.
that's perceived insulted. Yeah.
Very about working with. We've been working with them for many years. And we have the greatest mess anyone's ever seen. You look at the Middle East, it's a total mess. Under your direction to a large extent. But you look at the Middle East, you started the Iran deal. That's another beauty where you have a country that was ready to fall. I mean, they were doing so badly. They were choking on the sanctions, and now they're going to be actually probably a major power at some point pretty soon, the way they're going. But when you look at NATO, I was asked on a major show, what do you think of NATO? And I have to understand,
What
I'm a
show?
business person. I did really well, but I have common sense. And I said, well, I'll tell you, I haven't given lots of thought to NATO, but two things. Number one, the 28 countries of NATO, many of them aren't paying their fair share. Number two, and that bothers me because we should be, we're defending them and they should at least be paying us what they're supposed to be paying by treaty and contract. And number two, I said, and very strongly, NATO could be obsolete because, and I was very strong on this, and it was actually covered very accurately in the New York Times, which is unusual for the New York Times, to be honest.
Fair.
But I said, they do not focus on terror. And I was very strong, and I said it numerous times, and about 4 months ago, I read on the front page of the Wall Street Journal that NATO is opening up a major terror division, and I think that's great. And I think we should get, because we pay approximately 73% of the cost of NATO, it's a lot of money to protect other people, but I'm all for NATO.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah, that's what I was.
But I said
So that's
they
what I
have
was
to focus
saying.
on terror
A lot of
also,
money.
and they're going to do that. And that was, believe me, I'm sure I'm not going to get credit for it, but that was largely because of what I was saying and my criticism of NATO. I think we have to get NATO to go into the Middle East with us, in addition to surrounding nations, and we have to knock the hell out of ISIS, and we have to do it fast. When ISIS formed in this vacuum created by Barack.
Okay, so here's the thing. I'm gonna come back to your own statement that you just came back to.
Yeah.
How are you going to knock out ISIS in a way that does not create a vacuum?
Well, yeah,
Please explain.
he needs to put
Secretary
specifics.
Clinton, and believe me, you were the ones that took out the troops. Not only that, you named the day. They couldn't believe it. They sat back probably and said, I can't
Lester,
believe
we've
it. They
covered
said, no, wait a minute.
we've covered
when
this
they
ground.
formed, this is something that never should have happened. It should have never happened. Now, you're talking about taking out ISIS, but you were there and you were Secretary of State when it was a little infant. Now it's in over 30 countries. And you're going to stop them? I don't think so.
Mr. Trump, a lot of these are judgment questions. You had supported the war in Iraq before the invasion. What makes your
I
judgment?
did not support the war in Iraq.
2002.
That is a mainstream media nonsense put out by her because she, frankly, I think the best person in her campaign is mainstream media.
My question is, since you
would you like to
supported it,
hear?
why is your
I was
why is your
against the war.
judgment-
Wait a minute. I was against the war in Iraq, just so you put it out.
The record shows
And
otherwise.
The record
but why
does not show
why
that.
is your
The
judgment
record
any?
shows that I'm right. When I did an interview with Howard Stern, very lightly, first time anyone's asked me that, I said, very lightly, I don't know, maybe, who knows, essentially. I then did an interview with Neil Cavuto. We talked about the economy is more important. I then spoke to Sean Hannity, which everybody refuses to call Sean Hannity. I had numerous conversations with Sean Hannity at Fox, and Sean Hannity said, and he called me the other day, and I spoke to him about it. He said, you were totally against the war because he was for the war.
Why is
and
your
excuse
judgment
me,
better than-
And that was before the war started. Sean Hannity said very strongly, to me and other people, he's willing to say, but nobody wants to call him, I was against the war. He said, you used to have fights with me because Sean was in favor of the war. And I understand that side also, not very much because we should have never been there. But nobody called Sean Hannity. And then they did an article in a major magazine shortly after the war started, I think in 2004, but they did an article which had me totally against the war in Iraq. And one of your compatriots said, you know, whether it was before or right after, Trump was definitely, because if you read this article, there's no doubt. But if somebody, and I'll ask the press, if somebody would call up Sean Hannity, this was before the war started, he and I used to have arguments about the war. I said it's a terrible and a stupid thing. It's going to destabilize the Middle East, and that's exactly what it's done. It's been a disaster.
My reference was to what you had said in 2002, and my question was, why is your judgment any different than Mrs. Clinton?
Well, I have much better judgment than she does. There's no question about that.
There's no question about that.
Why is it different? It's better.
Have a much better temperament than she has. You know?
Okay, so let's talk about temperament. Here is why I wasn't a voting age in 20. But if I would have, I probably would have either just not voted. Oh no, stab me. Or I would have gone Trump.
I definitely would have gone Trump because Clinton's horrible.
Well, here's why. So on temperament specifically, you kind of know how Trump's going to react to things.
Oh yeah.
He's very out and open with the way he speaks, his viewpoints and that kind of thing. And that out and openness is, granted, less than preferable.
Sometimes, yeah.
But Clinton is. But look at this face. Like she
yeah.
She has this weird smiley
devil
demeanor.
look on her face.
She has this weird smiley demeanor in front of press, but when you look at some of the decisions she's made over the past couple years as secretary, I don't have anything in front of me specifically to point out exactly what all definitely wrong, but there's definitely some decisions on her part that are just evil.
Yeah.
It's a matter of, you want someone who's going to be an asshole, but always be an asshole. You want someone who's going to lie to your face about what they're doing.
Yep.
There you go.
I have a much better. She spent, let me tell you, she spent hundreds of millions of dollars on an advertising. You know, they get Madison Avenue into a room, they put names. Oh, temperament, let's go after. I think my strongest asset, maybe by far, is my temperament. I have a winning temperament. I know how to win. She does not know how to win.
Clinton.
Wait, the AFL-CIO the other day, behind the blue screen, I don't know who you were talking to, Secretary Clinton, but you were totally out of control. I said, there's a person with a temperament that's got a problem.
Secretary Clinton.
Woo! Okay. Let's talk about two important issues that were briefly mentioned by Donald. First, NATO. You know, NATO as a military.
By the way, I can't hear NATO and not think Shark NATO.
Yeah.
Great image. Bunch of
no.
leaders of shark countries.
Oh no.
Something called Article 5, and basically it says this: an attack on one is an attack on all. And do you know the only time it's ever been invoked? After 9/11, when the 28 nations of NATO said that they would go to Afghanistan with us to fight terrorism, something that they still are doing by our side. With respect to Iran, when I became Secretary of State, Iran was weeks away from having enough nuclear material to form a bomb. They had mastered the nuclear fuel cycle under the Bush administration. They had built covert facilities. They had stocked them with centrifuges that were whirling away. And
I gotta pause this for a second. I hate. No, you're good. I hate that they keep saying under this person's administration as if it's their fault. just because it happened during that time period doesn't make it that person's presidency fault. I hate that.
I don't. Okay.
Huh?
So that specific incident, I agree with you in general, but that specific incident might have been for partial.
I mean, some of it might have been their fault, like they could have prevented it. But in general, as a blanket statement, I hate it when they said under their administration. It was like as if it's always their fault. They don't have control over every single aspect of everything that goes on in the world just because it happened during that time. It could have happened under anybody else's presidency too. It just happened during that time.
The incident that they're describing there probably a fault
It
of
might have been.
administration. But I agree.
Yeah.
Like they have a tendency of blaming, the uppermost
People that
for
don't deserve the
lower
blame.
leaders.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway.
It's like Trump's tendency to say that things are Hillary's fault because she was in office. That they happened.
That voted for every sanction against Iran when I was in the Senate, but it wasn't enough. So I spent half putting together a coalition that included Russia and China to impose the toughest sanctions on Iran. And we did drive them to the negotiating table. And my successor, John Kerry, and President Obama got a deal that put a lid on Iran's nuclear program without firing a single shot. That's diplomacy. That's coalition building. That's working with other nations. The other day, I saw Donald saying that there were some Iranian sailors on a ship in the waters off of Iran, and they were taunting American sailors who were on a nearby ship. He said, if they taunted our sailors, I'd blow them out of the water and start another war. That's not good judgment. That is not the right temperament to be commander-in-chief, to be taunted.
I think it is. Being firm is a good thing.
To some extent.
Well, of course, to some extent, but being firm with your threats. I mean, you got to follow through with your threats, or people are never going to take you seriously. And that's how you cause wars, because people are like, "Hey," well, like she was saying earlier with the Russians, they keep trying to poke you and prod you and see how far you'll go. But if you just keep letting them poke and prod you, eventually they're just going to take you over. So,
well, bombing someone who's taunting you.
Well, but they're not just taunting us. They're not just taunting us. They were actually causing problems.
I'm talking about this specific incident I'm talking about.
They were talking about the nuclear stuff.
No.
Weren't they?
This one that Hillary Clinton just brought up.
I thought they were still talking about that.
There was a conversation, or there was some offhanded comment that Trump made that was like, hey, or it was talking about off of the coast of whatever country they're talking about out in the ocean. There were some sailors that were taunting an American ship, and Trump said he would blow them up.
No, I guess. I don't know.
So, it's little things like that, which, Trump saying he has an amazing temperament is really funny to me. But, it's...
Well, I think what he meant by that was that he can actually talk to other people without invoking, I don't know, like war.
He's definitely got a consistent
feelings. Yeah, I guess. Anyway.
No, they
what
were
we've
taunting
heard
us.
Donald say has been about nuclear weapons. He has said repeatedly that he didn't care if other nations got nuclear weapons, Japan, South Korea, even Saudi Arabia. It has been the policy of the United States, Democrats and Republicans, to do everything we could to reduce the proliferation of nuclear weapons. He even said, well, if there were a nuclear war in the East Asia, well, that's fine. Have a good time, folks. And in fact, his cavalier attitude about nuclear weapons is so deeply troubling. That is the number one threat we face in the world, and it becomes
not true. It's a major one. Don't know if I would call it number one.
Yeah.
Particularly threatening if terrorists ever get their hands on any nuclear material. So a man who can be provoked by a tweet should not have his fingers anywhere near the nuclear codes, as far as I think anyone with any sense about this should be concerned.
That line's getting a little bit old, I must say. Listen,
it's a good one, though.
I would like to,
well describes the problem.
It's not an accurate one at all. It's not an accurate one. So I just want to give a lot of things and just to respond. I agree with her on one thing. The single greatest problem the world has is nuclear armament, nuclear weapons. Not global warming like you think and your president thinks. Nuclear is the single greatest threat. Just to go down the list, we defend Japan, we defend Germany, we defend South Korea, we defend Saudi Arabia, we defend countries. They do not pay us what they should be paying us because we are providing tremendous service and we're losing a fortune. That's why we're losing. We lose on everything. I say, who makes these? We lose on everything. Well, I said that it's very possible that if they don't pay a fair share, because this isn't 40 years ago where we could do what we're doing. We can't defend Japan, a behemoth selling us cars by the million.
We need to move on.
Well, wait, but it's very important. All I said was they may have to defend themselves or they have to help us out. We're a country that owes $20 trillion. They have to help us out. As far as the nuclear is concerned, I agree. It is the single greatest threat that this country has.
Which leads my next question as we enter our last segment here still on the subject of securing America. On nuclear weapons, President Obama reportedly considered changing the nation's longstanding policy on first use. Do you support the current policy? Mr. Trump, you have 2 minutes on that.
Well, I have to say that,
You know what the current policy, or what the current policy was?
Yeah. I have no idea. Maybe they'll mention it.
I assume it's don't, but you know.
Well, he said first. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway.
What Secretary Clinton was saying about nuclear with Russia, she's very cavalier in the way she talks about various countries. But Russia's been expanding. They have a much newer capability than we do. We have not been updating from the new standpoint. I looked the other night, I was seeing B-52s. They're old enough that your father, your grandfather could be flying them. We are not keeping up with other countries. I would like everybody to end it, just get rid of it. But I would certainly not do first strike. I think that once the nuclear alternative happens, it's over. At the same time, we have to be prepared. I can't take anything off the table because you look at some of these countries. You look at North Korea. We're doing nothing there. China should solve that problem for us. China should go into North Korea. China is totally powerful as it relates to North Korea. And by the way, another one powerful is the worst deal I think I've ever seen negotiated that you started is the Iran deal.
Oh, I thought that was NAFTA.
Iran
well, maybe.
One of the biggest trading partners. Iran has power over North Korea. And when they made that horrible deal with Iran, they should have included the fact that they do something with respect to North Korea. And they should have done something with respect to Yemen and all these other places. And when asked to Secretary Kerry, why didn't you do that? Why didn't you add other things into the deal? One of the great giveaways of all time, including $400 million in cash. Nobody's ever seen that before. That turned out to be wrong. It was actually $1.7 billion in cash. Obviously, I guess, for the hostages, it certainly looks that way. So you say to yourself, why didn't they make the right deal? This is one of the worst deals ever made by any country in history. The deal with Iran will lead to nuclear problems. All they have to do is sit back 10 years, and they don't have to do much, and they're going to end up getting nuclear. I met with Bibi Netanyahu the other day. Believe me, he is not a happy camper.
All right, Mrs. Clinton, Secretary Clinton, you have 2 minutes.
Let me start by saying words matter. Words matter when you run for president, and they really matter when you are president. And I want to reassure our allies in Japan and South Korea and elsewhere that we have mutual defense treaties and we will honor them. It is essential that America's word be good. And so I know that this campaign has caused some questioning and some worries on the part of many.
That reason specifically why we pulled out of, what was it, Iraq, whatever it was?
Iraq, I think.
Instead of trying to negotiate a new.
Yeah.
Leaders across the globe, I've talked with a number of them, but I want to, on behalf of myself and I think on behalf of a majority of the American people, say that, you know, our word is good. It's also important that we look at the entire global situation. There's no doubt that we have other problems with Iran, but personally, I'd rather deal with the other problems, having put that lid on their nuclear program, than still to be facing that. And Donald never tells you what he would do. Would he have started a war? Would he have bombed Iran? If he's going to criticize a deal that has been very successful in giving us access to Iranian facilities that we never had before, then he should tell us what his alternative would be. But it's like his plan to defeat ISIS. He says it's a secret plan, but the only secret is that he has no plan. So
It's ironic that you would say that because
Yep.
you more now both people on this
Do it.
debate
Yeah.
have been doing this, but you much more than
Him.
there have been making claims about what you will have accomplished as president, but will not explain how
You're gonna
intend
do it.
to do that. So it's ironic in that sense that you would
Sure
say
is.
that.
So we need to be more precise in how we talk about these issues. People around the world follow our presidential campaigns so closely, trying to get hints about what we will do. Can they rely on us?
Ironic that you would say that because you released your entire plan online, how you would beat ISIS.
Yeah.
Are we going to lead the world with strength and in accordance with our values? That's what I intend to do. I intend to be a leader of our country that people can count on, both here at home and around the world, to make decisions that will further peace and prosperity, but also stand up to bullies, whether they're abroad or at home. We cannot let those who would
While completely ignoring the economy.
try to stabilize the world, to interfere with American interests and security,
Your
to
2
be
minutes
given
is-
any opportunities at all.
Is expired.
Let's
Mr.
do one
Trump,
thing I'd like to say.
very quickly. 20
I will
seconds,
go very
please.
quickly, but I will tell you that Hillary will tell you to go to her website and read all about how to defeat ISIS, which she could have defeated by never having it, get going in the first place. Right now, it's getting tougher and tougher to defeat them because they're in more and more places, more and more states, more and more nations.
Mr. Trump.
And it's a big problem. And as far as Japan is concerned, I want to help all of our allies. But we are losing billions and billions of dollars. We cannot be the policeman of the world. We cannot protect countries all over the world
have just
where they're not paying us what we need.
We have
And
just a few final
She doesn't
questions
say
here.
that because she's got no business ability. We need heart. We need a lot of things, but you have to have some basic ability. And sadly, she doesn't have that. All of the things that she's talking about could have been taken care of during the last 10 years, let's say.
Poor Lester.
Yeah,
He
right.
just wants to get this debate over with. He's like, wait, no, we're
Yeah.
done. It's cool, stop. No, it's cool, stop. Dude!
Say, while she had great power, but they weren't taken care of. And if she ever wins this race, they won't be taken
Mr. Trump,
care of.
this year, Secretary Clinton became the first woman nominated for president by a major party. Earlier this month, you said she doesn't have, quote, a presidential look. She's standing here right now. What did you mean by that?
She doesn't have the look. She doesn't have the stamina. I said she doesn't have the stamina. And I don't believe she does have the stamina. To be president of this country, you need tremendous stamina.
The quote was,
You
I just don't think she has
wait
a
a minute, Les, you
presidential
asked me a
look.
question. Did you ask me a question?
Yes,
You
and then
have
you
to be
didn't answer
able
it.
To negotiate our
You
trade
redirected,
deals.
you deflected
have to
it,
be
if you
able
will.
to negotiate. That's right. With Japan, with Saudi Arabia. I mean, can you imagine we're defending Saudi Arabia, and with all of the money they have, we're defending them and they're not paying? All you have to do is speak to them. Wait, you have so many different things you have to be able to do, and I don't believe that Hillary has the stamina.
Let's let her respond.
Well, as soon as he travels to 112 countries and negotiates a peace deal, a ceasefire, a release of dissidents, an opening of new opportunities in nations around the world, or even spends 11 hours testifying in front of a congressional committee, he can talk to me about stamina.
The world, let me tell you, Hillary has experience, but it's bad experience. We have made so many bad deals during the last, so she's got experience, that I agree.
Stop! Stop applauding. He's making a point, and he has 20 seconds to do so, and he's already doing a minute and a half.
But it's bad experience. Whether it's the Iran deal that you're so in love with, where we gave them $150 billion back, whether it's the Iran deal, whether it's anything you can name, you almost can't name a good deal. I agree. She's got experience, but it's bad experience. And this country can't afford to have another 4 years of that kind of experience.
We are at the final question.
Poor Lester. Just every rule that he laid out is just being broken.
Yeah. Thing,
Very
Lester,
quickly, because
is,
we're at the
you
final
know,
question
he
now.
tried to switch from looks to stamina. But this is a man who has called women pigs, slobs, and dogs, and someone who has said pregnancy is an inconvenience to employers.
This autonomy cannot be replaced with morality. Because, so, here, I'm going to lay this out in the most utilitarian way possible. So, as a business, if someone leaves for maternity leave, they cannot make you money. In fact, that's a monetary loss because I believe that's paid, is it not?
Yep, most maternity leave is paid, if not all.
Okay, so to say inconvenient for businesses, I feel like is very...
It's accurate.
It's a very good way to put it, because inconvenient does not imply morality.
Yep.
At least I don't think so. I'm probably going to get flamed in the comments for saying that, but I don't care. That's what I think. Now, should you get maternity leave? Absolutely. But is it inconvenient for businesses? Yeah. I feel like most bureaucracy that relates to things like that, like quality of life for employees, is inconvenient for a business monetarily and time speaking.
Yep.
But to bring that inconvenience into a morality standpoint, then you're just like arguing the wrong point there.
Yeah.
Who has said don't deserve equal pay unless they do as good a job as men.
Wait,
well, they don't.
Whoa.
That's accurate. What are you talking about? You think?
I feel like nobody deserves to have increased pay if they don't do the job that.
Exactly, you get paid what job you're doing.
Wow, that's some well poisoning bullshit, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And worst things he said was about a woman in a beauty contest. He loves beauty contests, supporting them and hanging around them. And he called this woman Miss Piggy. Then he called
That's
her
the worst thing he said.
Miss Housekeeping because she was Latina. Donald, she has a name.
Where did you
That's a good joke, though.
I mean, yeah.
Sorry, it's racist, but it's a good joke.
It depends on how it would be phrased.
Well, if he said what she just said, that was hilarious. As a dark humor kind of a joke.
Yeah, I just feel like it needs better phrasing than the way she said it.
She has become a U.S. citizen, and you can bet she's going to vote this November.
Okay, good. Let me just tell you.
Okay, good.
Mr. Trump, take 10 seconds, and then we're going to have the final question.
Hillary is hitting me with tremendous commercials. Some of it said in entertainment. Some of it said somebody who's been very vicious to me, Rosie O'Donnell. I said very tough things to her, and I think everybody would agree that she deserves it, and nobody feels sorry for her. But you want to know that I was going to say something extremely rough to Hillary, to her family, and I said to myself, I can't do it. I just can't do it. It's inappropriate. It's not nice. But she spent hundreds of millions of dollars on negative ads on me, many of which are absolutely untrue. They're untrue and they're misrepresentations. And I will tell you this, Lester, it's not nice. And I don't deserve that. But it's certainly not a nice thing that she's done. It's hundreds of millions of ads. And the only gratifying thing is I saw the polls come in today. And with all of that money, over $200 million is spent. And I'm either winning or tied.
Shut the fuck up, Lester. I'm not done. Her ads are dumb.
I've spent practically nothing.
One of you will not win this election. So my final question to you tonight, are you willing to accept the outcome as the will of the voters? Secretary Clinton?
Well, I support our democracy.
Why would you say no in this case?
Well, hold on. I'm pretty sure Trump says no, but also
If I remember
Hillary is
correctly,
the one that ended up not accepting it.
did Hillary specifically not accept it, or was it just
Well,
like,
she kept saying after the fact, "I won the populist vote," I was like, but you didn't win.
that's why I don't like the Electoral College, but
Well, I do. I mean, that's a whole different debate.
that is.
Yeah.
I'll put
Anyway.
it on the list.
Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, but I certainly will support the outcome of this election. And I know Donald's trying very hard to plant doubts about it, but I hope the people out there understand this election's really up to you. It's not about us so much as it is about you and your
Yes, it is
families
about
and
you.
the kind of
It's literally about
future you want. So I sure hope you will get out and vote as though your future depended on it, because I think it does.
Mr. Trump, very quickly, the same question. Will you accept the outcome as the will of the voters?
I want to make America great again. We are a nation that is seriously troubled. We're losing our jobs. People are pouring into our country. The other day, we were deporting 800 people, and perhaps they passed the wrong button, they pressed the wrong button, or perhaps, worse than that, it was corruption. But these people that we were going to deport for good reason ended up becoming citizens. And it was 800, and now it turns out it might be 1,800, and they don't even know.
Will you accept
Look,
the outcome
here's
of the
the story.
election?
I want to make America great again. I'm going to be able to do it. I don't believe Hillary will. The answer is, if she wins, I will absolutely support her.
All right. Well, that is going to do it for us.
The
He
answer
technically
is
said no there, though.
the answer is nothing to do with what I just said.
Yeah.
Tangential at best.
Right. Yeah.
Closing statements, and then we get to finally be done with this stupid.
Mhm.
My God, we've turned an hour and a half into 4.5.
Yeah.
Coming up on
That
5.
concludes our debate for this evening. A spirited one. We covered a lot of ground. Not everything, as I suspected we would. The next presidential debates are scheduled for
Yeah. Okay, that's it. So I guess that means
Pretty
we
much.
can make closing statements.
Yep.
Okay. So presidential debates. Let's-
It's more of a problem with them not enforcing their own rules. The rules are fine, but them not enforcing the rules.
They didn't enforce their own rules, and then the answers that we got, I think
Were very
maybe 10%
direct.
of them were actual answers.
Yeah, that, and also everything that they talked about was directed towards their own audience instead of trying to convince people that they're right.
Right.
So,
There's
yeah.
a whole lot of preaching to the choir happening in these debates.
Yep.
Just does not need to happen.
Yep.
So, I think that's about it. I am starving, so I'm glad we're done.
Me too. Yeah.
Okay. So, I guess we'll see everybody next time. Videos released every Wednesday at 5 CST, right?
Yep.
So feel free to check us out. Like and subscribe if you like, and tell us in the comments that we're dead wrong about everything we said.
Right.
We'll see y'all next week. Thanks for watching.